Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the launch of the 2025 Sanlam ESG Barometer B20 Policy Impact Special Report. For those I have not met as yet, my name is Andy Lekumalo, and it is my single privilege to be your host today. The Sanlam ESG Barometer has, for 2 years now, served as a crucial business-led research program that has been gauging the sustainability practices of listed companies in South Africa as well as in Kenya. It is an initiative that is born of a conviction that businesses must move beyond mere compliance to a tangible and one that is measurable additionality. Now you might wonder, what is additionality? What does that mean? That really means, what is the real return that companies in South Africa and Kenya really get for every dollar of investment in sustainability initiatives? We are worried and concerned about the positive impact these all create towards environmental, social, and governance outcomes. So that's what we've been doing for the past 2 years. In its third year, being 2025, this report has now gone through a slight pivot. And of course, this pivot is brand new, but it is so vital and important. In a year where South Africa holds the G20 presidency, it was only fitting that we use this platform to honor the global impact of the B20 and G20 forums, demonstrating the real world value created by their policy recommendations. So, the independent research behind this year's B20 Policy Impact Special Report seeks to respond to a very central challenge, something that we are quite accustomed to in South Africa. And that is, while the B20 produces a large body of proposals every single year, only some move from recommendation to G20 endorsement and then to national and international implementation. So by tracing how prior year proposals, as well as collating and analyzing insights from B20 stakeholders, many of whom are with us this morning, the report then goes forward and identifies what makes the difference between ideas that remain on paper and those that result in measurable change. And of course, what are the crucial and critical success factors for such change to actually materialize? So in summary, we've analyzed how do we move from well-meaning talk to real and measurable action. So today, we're here to reveal, dissect, debate the outcomes of this timely and important research. Distinguished gents and guests, ladies and gentlemen, manene na manenekazi, for those who used to watch SABC 1 or TV 1 if you're older than me. On behalf of all of our partners at Sanlam Alliance, Business Day, as well as our researchers from Crutham, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you once again to the 2025 ESG Barometer B20 Policy Impact Special Report. Yes, a round of applause. Thank you to everybody that's joining us here in person here in Sandton at the Maslow Hotel. And also I'd like to give a special warm welcome. We have over 1,200 people that have registered for our online streaming that's happening this morning. So welcome to everybody that's joining us online, around the country, around the world, at your homes and offices. There is also a live chat facility on the web stream page for everyone that's joining us at home. For those that are in the room, screens behind me will be showing the same QR code. So please make sure you scan that QR code, because the panelists and the moderators and I will be making sure that we watch and catch all of your questions from that live chat. So there they are. They've come up on screen for everybody in the room. Please grab your phones and just make sure you scan. It'll take you straight into the live chat, and that's where you can throw all your questions, all your comments. And as we go through the whole program, as we get through all of the panel discussions, that is where the moderators and I will be referencing for your questions. For those that are active on social media, please share all of your insights with your followers. The hashtag to use is hashtag Sanlam ESG Barometer, as well as hashtag B20 Policy Impact. That's Sanlam ESG Barometer and B20 Policy Impact. We've also included a comfort break, ladies and gentlemen, later on during the morning. This is just to stretch, grab some coffee, and also, chat to some people about the outcomes this morning so far, what you've thought of the feedback. Directions to the bathrooms are clearly marked. I'm pretty sure some of you are already aware where those are. Please keep your phones in silent or do not disturb, just to make sure that we all have the opportunity to pay absolute attention to the program. Now, to get the show on the road, I did mention earlier on that this is in partnership with the Business Day. And to welcome us all here, I'd like to introduce to you the Managing Director for Strategic Partnerships at Arena Holdings, Mr. Lyndon Barons.
In 2019, Kenya issued the first green bond worth $41 million. And these funds were used to build eco-friendly student housing near Nairobi universities. It incorporated renewable energy, water conservation systems, and sustainable construction materials. Why does this matter? Are you aware that in a number of other African countries, there is a company that provides pay-as-you-go solar home systems financed via mobile money, and over 3 million households now have access to clean energy, avoiding millions of tons of emission, and therefore beyond the energy that they receive, customers build credit histories, enabling access to financial services. Why does this matter? These stories prove that ESG is not just a compliance exercise. It is a strategic imperative as a catalyst of inclusive growth, and we must not lose sight of this as we look at policies and barometers and whatever else that we are busy with. It has the power to reduce inequality. It has the power to support Africa's transition, supporting Africa's development, attracting capital, reducing risk, and creating shared value for communities and investors. Good morning, esteemed guests, colleagues, and partners. It is with these types of social impact stories that I, on behalf of Arena Holdings, wish to welcome you all here today. It is indeed my honor to welcome you to this important gathering, the launch of the 2025 Sanlam ESG Barometer against the backdrop of the B20 Policy Impact Special Report. As a media organization, we are deeply invested in shaping public discourse around these issues and advancing thought leadership across the continent. It is for this reason that the Business Day is proud to support a platform that takes such a rigorous and insightful look at the intersection of business, governance, and sustainability. This year's Sanlam ESG Barometer is particularly timely and significant with its expanded lens on the B20 Policy Impact Report. It marks a shift, not just in how we measure ESG progress, but in how we track real-world impact. And so by evaluating how B2 recommendations across the 2022 to 2024 cycles have moved from ideas to actual policy within G20 nations, this report will challenge us to consider a deeper question. What does meaningful influence look like in global governance? And more importantly, how can African voices and priorities be better reflected in that process? And so the work presented here today is not just data. It must be a call to action for business leaders, for policymakers, and for civil society. It is a blueprint for accountability, collaboration, and tangible progress. And as we consider the report today, we must ensure that the conversation around climate change shifts from one of commitment to one of transition, as advanced by the International Sustainability Standards Board. In our deliberation, we must also consider how do we fit in with the quest to align with the global baseline for sustainable disclosures, one that makes transparency and accountability not just aspirational, but operational and pivotal to unlocking capital. More countries are now aligning with or adopting the ISB policies and structures and standards. The world is moving decisively towards comparability and consistency in how sustainability is measured and reported. This clarity is transforming how capital is allocated, how businesses are governed, and how trust is built. And this report today must stimulate us to look at how we can align much better. And so, colleagues and guests, as we sit here today and as we go through all the findings and we consider all of this, we must remember fundamentally the outcomes must touch the lives of our ordinary people and must secure the future for us all. So for Sanlam, for South Africa, for all our partners, I wish you all well today as we will deliberate, as we will have the panels, as we will look at some of the outcomes from these reports. And maybe also remember that we need to have integrity and alignment as we look at these things. The alignment between policy and practice. We must make sure that we are aligned in our outcomes to ensure a better South Africa, a better Africa, and a better world. Welcome everybody and enjoy the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lyndon. Really, really appreciate the support. You guys would have seen, those that are fans of the Business Day as I am, in the past few weeks, we've been having a lot of coverage of this particular launch, anticipating really what's happening today, but also covering some of the content that we're going to be grappling with in the reports that's truly, truly highly anticipated. So we appreciate your support, Lyndon. We appreciate the support of Verena. Thank you so much. Right, moving on now to deliver the opening remarks for our conference and launch. Our big boss and a big supporter of the program that we've been on for 3 years on the ESG Barometer. Please welcome the Group CEO of Sanlam and Chair of the B20 Employment and Education Task Force, Paul Enradi.
At the core of who we are at Sanlam Alliance is a mission to empower generations to be financially confident, secure, and prosperous. Everything we do is guided by this mission, so all our clients can live knowing that today will be a good day, and tomorrow will be even better.
Andile and Baron, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, government colleagues, partners, on behalf of Sanlam, it's my privilege to welcome you to the launch of the 2025 ESG Barometer. This is the B20 Policy Impact Special Report. This year's barometer actually arrives at a pivotal moment when global collaboration is being reinvigorated through the G20, and the B20 business community is actively shaping the future of finance and trade. As you know, we've been moving back from a globalized world to quite a horrible and fragmented world. And so this comes really at a very interesting juncture for all of us. ESG is no longer a peripheral conversation. I was yesterday with the CEO of Allianz, and he was explaining how for them it's a purely commercial activity. And the same is true for us. It's not that we have any moral high ground. It's actually a business imperative for us. And it is central to how we build resilient economies, inclusive societies, and sustainable futures. It doesn't help us to maximize profits in the short term. We need to do it in the long run. But this year's edition of the barometer is clearly different. It does represent a change of approach from measuring what corporates are doing in ESG to examining how the global policy dialogues are unfolding and how the recommendations from the B20 translate into tangible action for economies, businesses, and societies as they get included into the G20 outcomes. We've done this for a very specific reason. It follows our conviction that ESG is not, as Baron was saying, about compliance. It's particularly not about climate change, but it is also about shaping systemic outcomes. If you think of the examples that Baron gave earlier, they were very systemic. They weren't about one aspect. There were aspects of finance, of climate, of livelihoods for people, of better lives. And it's when the system works that we get sustainability. For Africa and South Africa in particular, the stakes are high. We face a dual reality. And actually, funny enough, I think that the first of these is something that's impacting the whole world. We've got immense opportunities in Africa through our youth. Also, of course, through innovation and natural wealth. But we have profound challenges like crime and corruption as well. So good governance, both in the public and the private sectors, climate risk, inequality, infrastructure gaps are all important. And ESG does offer us a lens to look at those challenges through, while unlocking investment and building resilience. Now, I heard climate mentioned over and over and over again this morning, and I'm not saying it's not important. But let's just think about the G. When last did anybody talk about the G? I'm convinced that if we stop the leakage in this country, we'd increase our GDP growth rate by 3%. We wouldn't need any other miracles. Just stop the leakage. And that's all about governance, whether we like it or not. So the ESG Barometer, it's more than a corporate tool. It's a public resource. We should be talking about it. It does track how companies, markets, and regulators are aligning with global best practice and how local realities shape our progress. Now, over the last 3 years, the B20 has been held in developing countries, first Indonesia, then India, then Brazil. Cass, it's wonderful to have you here today, and I know Cass is trying to keep the tradition of Brazil alive, and all of these have generated a wealth of proposals, and I think it's really interesting and important to remember that the B20 is not about South Africa or one of those countries. We have to formulate policies that work for the globe, for everybody, for the 20 countries, but we try and put in a bias, obviously, towards our own particular issues. And you'll see that in this year's B20, there's a very definite bias. And the youth is one of those biases because we recognize it's a challenge. But right around the world, people are finding the youth as a challenge anyway. You see in Europe now mid-teen NEETs amongst the 16 to 24-year-olds. It's phenomenal, 15% of youth with not in employment, not in education, dropping out of the system. That's a massive, massive problem. Anyway, some of the proposals that have been made in the past have made their way through to G20. I can tell you, Cass and his team from the beginning, we've been banging the drum. Let's come up with proposals that have a chance of being implemented. And the research in this year's barometer is really about, why were certain things successful and why did other ideas really fade away. And I guess there are three things that stood out for me anyway in the report. The first is that certain themes have been somewhat enduring and persistent. So climate action, digital transformation. Our own panel this year looked at the platform economy. And really that's got a lot to do with digital transformation and how we make sure that we don't regulate that so badly that it kills the employment that it can stimulate. Then there's consistently been support for small and medium enterprises, inclusive growth, and these issues have been prevalent in every single one of the B20s. And this continuity is important because eventually, I guess, people will listen. Secondly, we know that tangible results do come out of this process, whether they're in the form of new climate finance mechanisms, digital public infrastructure rollouts, global health and food security programs. And thirdly, we found that successful proposals share common traits. Firstly, they're aligned with G20 priorities. If we're not aligned as a business community, at least to some degree, with the government bodies, we've got very little chance of success. But then we have to have measurable targets and we have to have institutional support. The very best recommendations are those that we can pinpoint a global organization that becomes responsible for the implementation of it, because then there's already a body in place to deal with it. And of course, sustained and broad stakeholder engagement is absolutely crucial to success. So those are some of the main findings. At Sanlam, our mission and responsibility is to create a better outcome and future for generations to come, not just for the current generation. As Africa's largest non-banking group, we do see it as our responsibility to try to link the global dialogues with the realities of what we deal with. So our participation in B20 has been a strategic imperative for us. We've wanted to bring Africa's story to bear. It does allow us to amplify Africa's voice, influence global standards, and position social challenges within the global focus as a lever for resilience, inclusion, and longer-term value creation for the continent. People talk a lot about ESG, particularly in Europe, but of course the people who are most affected on the entire planet by it actually live on our continent. I've been involved in the B20 Employment and Education Task Force, and I did see firsthand how the challenges and opportunities we have on the continent are immense. And I must say it was amazing to work with business leaders and academia from really right across the world in a very nice way. I did hear from some of the other task forces that they had some issues, but I must say our team was amazing that we could, only in a virtual environment, work together, not fight too much with each other, and produce tangible recommendations. And Cass, I think you and the team are going to enjoy handing over and pulling together the work from all the different teams. Now, through the barometer, we aim to bridge the global dialogue with local action. So bring some tangible examples of how things are being implemented. Africa is not just adopting these frameworks to drive inclusive growth and build resilience, but we're trying to shape them as well. We as Africans need to be contributors, innovators, and we need to find practical solutions, and especially for the young on our continent. I think today we're just at the beginning of the journey, and the whole point about this sort of report is to stimulate dialogue and debate. So the idea is to dive a bit deeper into the findings, learn from the past B20 presidencies, see what they mean for Africa and the global South's path forward. And my message to all of you this morning would be simple. ESG, with a strong focus on social inclusion and resilience outcomes, is no longer a parallel debate. It's central to how the world now allocates capital to us, manages risk, and builds societies that can thrive. And Africa must not only keep pace, we need to lead. We used to, very often with investors overseas, particularly in the US, just have to tick boxes. But now people are genuinely interested in how you're going to be able to sustain growth in your profits, and that's where this topic comes to bear. So I invite you today to engage with the findings of the report, challenge all of its assumptions, use it in your own environment, whether that's in a corporate or within the public sector, to sort out your own policies, regulation if need be. And the goal of the report is actually obviously to make a difference. We want to stimulate people to try to be motivated to see the extent to which you can make a difference. So together, let's build economies that are sustainable, inclusive, and governed with integrity. That's really the essence of ESG. And that's the path for a stronger Africa and a connected world. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. Really appreciate that. I must say, when Paul talks about we are debating, or we are part of a process that's trying to come up with solutions for the whole world, kind of gives you that, like, we're the president of the world, like it's a big deal. So there's a guy in America who might want to be aware of this. But asikho lapho. To receive a copy of the 2025 ESG Barometer B20 Policy Impact Report, I'd like to do something a little special right now. And I'd like to call on stage two people. First is Ambassador Dave Malcolmson from the Department of International Relations and Corporations. Thank you so much for joining us, Ambassador. How are you? Good. Do you want to grab a seat over there? And then the other person, a very highly esteemed guest we have in the room, is the president of the Business Unity South Africa, that's Busa, and he's also the P20 co-chair, Mr. Mxolisi Mgojo. Sir, you good? Good, good. We're going to cue the cameras, and what's going to happen is that Paul and the gentleman will take a picture moment, and this is to hand them an official copy of the report. So please, gentlemen, if you can step forward there to the cameras, and that's your personal copy to share and frame and make sure that you share with your colleagues. All right, but before they all get off the stage, I'm going to ask Bamkolisi to say a few words, just to share with us his thoughts. It's a very important role that you play, sir, and we would not miss the opportunity to hear from you.
Thank you very much for inviting us here, Paul. What a really momentous occasion indeed. And again, thank you very much for all of you being here at such a critical time. You know, we're at that stage of our recommendations where action becomes very, very critical. We live in a world saturated with reports, matrices, and recommendations. But insight without implementation is nothing but inertia. Allow me first to begin by congratulating you, Paul, and your team, the Sanlam team, for this year's timely and relevant ESG barometer. This report is not just an academic exercise. It reminds us that the real test of leadership is not what we propose, but what we deliver. At B20 South Africa, this is our North Star and our compass. After submitting over 30 evidence-based recommendations to the G20 Presidency, we are now in an intense advocacy phase to ensure that these proposals live beyond the page. The barometer's analysis confirms that many of us know intuitively. Success hinges not on technical strength, but on trust, leadership, and continuity. The findings remind us that the effective recommendations adoption demands clear alignment with B20 priorities, institutional mechanisms that anchor proposals in reality, and measurable outcomes that track progress. These are the practical foundations upon which we're exploring a B20 recommendations tracking mechanism that will monitor implementations across future presidencies to ensure that this year's contributions continue to resonate long after the summit concludes. The year 2025 is not just symbolic, it is historic. For the first time, Africa leads the G20 and B20. We are no longer on the sidelines. We're in the room where decisions are made. This presidency has allowed us to infuse African priorities into global policy, from blended finance and digital inclusion to food security and climate resilience. Our theme, inclusive growth and prosperity through global cooperation, is not just an aspiration. It is our purposeful call to reimagine global economic governance. South Africa's context provides a credible platform to elevate the voices of emerging and developing economies. We must use this moment to set new standards to influence and execution. The Sanlam ESG Barometer's analysis of India, Indonesia, and Brazil shows us that successful B20 recommendations share three traits. They are practical, politically timed, and backed by evidence. This year, we embedded KPIs into every recommendation. This is not just good governance. It is as a roadmap for accountability. But the barometer goes further. It reminds us that proposals fail without trust between business, government, and civil society. Trust is not a soft issue. It is the foundation of legitimacy and delivery. Competent, credible, and committed task force chairs are essential. Here's one of them right here. Their leadership often determines whether recommendations succeed or not. Effective knowledge partners preserve continuity, prevent duplication, and distill inputs into implementable actions. Weak stakeholder management undermines trust. Strong management builds it. Advocacy, too, must be deliberate and practical. We must frame our recommendations in terms of benefits to government, citizens, and business, and assign responsibility right from the outset. South African corporates have a global reach whilst having local roots. That's a powerful combination. It comes with responsibility. We must move beyond passive endorsement. Implementation requires active co-ownership. It is not enough to support policy. We must shape it, fund it, and live it. Let's ask ourselves, are we investing in the infrastructure we say we need? Are we hiring for the skills we claim are critical? Are we building the partnerships we call for in our reports? Trust and credibility starts at home. If we want to lead globally, we must deliver locally. Handover of the recommendations to the G20 presidency was not the finish line. It is the starting block. Our team is engaging governments and institutions to ensure that these recommendations are indeed acted upon. But I believe that business is going to be the big engine of implementation. We must measure success not in pages published, but in lives improved, jobs created, technologies deployed, communities uplifted. The establishment of a robust monitoring framework, sustained advocacy, and greater stakeholder inclusion will be essential to maintain momentum beyond 2025. And in closing, the legacy of B20 South Africa will not be the recommendations alone. It will be the renewed faith in multilateral cooperation and the rise of African leadership in global affairs. Let us ensure Africa's global moment becomes a lasting movement, one defined by prosperity, sustainability, and shared progress. This special report on B20 policy impact has shown us what works. Now it is up to us to make it work with trust, leadership, and action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mkolisi. I've been requested that we cannot invite you only to receive documents, Ambassador Dave. Would you like to say a few words, sir?
No, thank you very much. I wasn't supposed to speak, but I don't think you can put a diplomat anywhere near a microphone and expect that he wouldn't say something. Now, on behalf of the G20 Sherpa Director General Zain Dangor, just to say thank you very much for this event, but more importantly for the report. I think something that was drummed into me when I served on the NEPAD Business Foundation on behalf of government was something that they kept saying to us every meeting, is that business wants to succeed because of government, not despite government. So certainly what you've been saying and the words that we've been hearing today, we are very conscious of that as the G20 presidency, that the work that's coming out of the B20 can't just be documents. It can't just be recommendations that after the G20 leaves South Africa, gather dust in a document somewhere. We have to make sure that the recommendations find space in the Leaders' Declaration. We have to make sure, as you've said, that we find institutions and like-minded countries and partners that will take forward the recommendations and that they'll be implemented to better the lives of our people. And the critical aspect is that the recommendations must become dynamic, breathable. They must be implemented to make a difference. And from government side, to thank yourself and Cass and the others involved in the B20, I think the South African B20 team has been outstanding. And from government side, we've been extremely impressed with the work that you've done this year, and we're very much looking forward to seeing the recommendations and how those can find expression and life in the Leaders' Declaration and in concrete outcomes and deliverables that we can take forward, hopefully into next year, but if not, into the following presidency to make sure that the G20 does bring to life and implement what has been recommended. So thank you very much.
Another round of applause. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Appreciate it. And Ambassador Dave, you did a sterling job. Most importantly, because you were under 2 minutes. Thank you, sir. Professor Bonang Mohale is one of South Africa's most respected business leaders. As you know, he's the Chancellor of the University of the Free State. He's the chairman of Bidvest, ArcelorMittal, amongst many other companies. And he's also the professor of practice at the Johannesburg Business School. He is the former president of Business Unity South Africa and currently serves as the Sherpa of the Global Values 20, a G20 initiative promoting values-based leadership. An accomplished author of Lift As You Rise, Behold the Turtle, as well as his soon-to-be-launched autobiography entitled Coming In From the Cold. Professor Mohale is widely admired for his integrity, his servant leadership, and his commitment to building a better South Africa. Now, Professor Bonang is also never afraid to speak truth to power. He's known for his commitment to social justice, transformation and inclusion, and he's been a vociferous advocate for these causes throughout his career. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, brace yourselves. Joining us online, please welcome the formidable Professor Bonang Mohale.
This is your land. Where are your stories? And what are your whispers? These profoundly simple but authentically gravid words are a title of his first book. Professor J. Edwards Chamberlain is a professor of English and comparative literature. He's Professor Emeritus because in that book, he's trying to find the middle ground. You see, if we don't tell our stories, it is possible that somebody might tell it in a manner that we may not like. Because if we don't think for ourselves, we are placing our future in the hands of others. It is up to us to create our own new world. My grandmother reminds me that until and unless lions have their own storytellers, stories about hunting will always glorify the hunter. Put differently, history is up to the temporary occupants of the corridors of power. History is always written by the victors, not the vanquished. So what then, in a conversation around the environment, about society and governance, is going to be our stories? May I suggest that we need to puncture some inflated fallacies. And we need to be the ones that set the record straight. Surely the story about Africa can't be that of a dark continent, of internecine strife, of coup d'etats, of droughts and famine. The story of South Africa should not be another failed African country. Because we know that South Africa is not a poor country, Africa is not a poor continent, for the simple reason that South Africa is a middle-income country. Edward Kieswetter collects, over the last 15 years, on average, 1.4 trillion South African rands. In the last 3 years, he has banked 2 trillion South African rands. 2023, after paying back refunds and to companies and to individuals, he still banked 1.687 trillion South African rand. So to be fair, I won't even divide 2 trillion, but I'll go back 10 years and take the average of 1.4 trillion and divide it by 65 million South Africans. When you do that, there's absolutely no reason why anybody should go to bed hungry. Africa itself, it's not a poor continent, just poorly managed. I'm choosing my words very carefully because it's not even poorly led. You and I know that there's a huge difference between management, which is getting things done through others, and leadership being genuinely obsessed with the development of others. So today I'm talking to leaders, because leadership, it's about not just being genuinely obsessed with the development of others, it's about having a full appreciation that leadership, it's a privilege to lead others, not an opportunity for self-enrichment, especially when we're writing the story for Africa. Because this continent is 1.5 billion people, the same as China and India. In China, it's one governance. In India, it's one governance. Here in Africa, it's 55 countries, if I include Western Sahara, that speak 3,000 languages, with a continental GDP of $4.63 trillion US dollars. The biggest economy is South Africa at $400 billion US dollars. It was the same in 2016, which means in real terms, as a people with great natural endowments, we have actually gone backwards. When you measure the discretionary purchasing power and disposable income, it buys us less today compared to the same period in 2016. But also, when we write our story, we need to be aware that we need to learn from what has happened in the rest of the continent. Who is going to tell the story of 1957 Kwame Nkrumah's Ghana, when the CIA organized, when he left the country, a coup against him, and when he came back, hoping that his people that he had demonstrated that he loves, that at least they will rebel against his removal. But they were the ones that were dancing on the streets, saying, you wanted us to have land, to build up our own cattle so that we have calves, so that we can have milk forever. The Americans are giving us milk now. Your story was going to take us so much long, and it is so much hard work. Who's going to tell the story of Dr. Biki S.V. Minyuku, who was the CEO of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that was chaired by another Archbishop Emeritus, Mpilo Desmond Tutu? 400 people did not qualify for amnesty. 31 years into democracy, not a single successful prosecution. The same way that we put our own Zondo Commission in place. That cost us R1 billion, 4 years. The first report, 467 pages. It calls by name 97 ANC members. Up until today, not a single successful prosecution. Now we've put together another commission of inquiry called the Madlanga Commission, based on not just wild allegations, but mostly with proof by General Mkhwanazi about the fact that state capture is still going on, but bribery, stealing, and cheating is still going on. But more frighteningly, that we're actually a gangland, warlords, drug lords, and the top 5. What are we supposed to be excited about? That, oh no, now for the first time in 31 years, we are going to miraculously act on it? But if we had learned from the rest of the continent, we'd have had at least 3 lessons. That number 1, we need to dismantle the system that has made it impossible for Africans to pull themselves up by their own bootstraps. Because when Great Britain handed over this country to white male Afrikaners, they were very clear about 3 things. Number 1, they wanted a crucible of cheap labor forever. We haven't changed that. Number 2, they said, no, they can risk it all and go to the belly of the earth, the deepest mine in the world. We used to call it Western Deep Level. Now it's called Mponing, 11 kilometers underneath. We'll have the first right of refusal. The one that really excites me is the fact that, oh, they can scratch around and find a few diamonds, just like Botswana does. But we will determine the price, hence the creation of the London Sales Organization. We have lots of lessons to learn from Africa, the rest of the continent, because we can't be the first country to be free from colonialism, and yet we have not substantially increased the education level of our own people. I mean, since when is 30% an acceptable pass mark? Number 2, we haven't changed the ownership of the economy of this country by at least 2 digits by the indigenous African people. But the one that will make us the laughingstock of other African countries, if not already of the rest of the world, is that we'll be the first country to be free from colonialism. In just 30 years, we voluntarily hand over power to our colonizers, oppressors, and racists. You see, contrition is an ongoing process. You have to continue asking for forgiveness and be eternally grateful for the mercy shown. The essence of truth is to let suffering speak. The other lesson that I think we really need to learn from the rest of the continent, again, in another triumvirate. Number 1 is that the Uhuru presidents that stay in power for 40, 50 years, like Kwame Nkrumah. Now we have Mitaruku, 80 plus, just one re-election. We have another 92-year-old in the Central African Republic who still wants to stand for re-election. That these Uhuru presidents that stay in power for 50 or more years are not good for Africans. Number 2, that even the good guys left on their own eventually become the bad guys. Lastly, that we need a viable, vibrant democracy just to keep the good guys in check. So when you come back home here, if you begin with the end in mind, the story that we want the rest of the world to remember about us because we penned it ourselves, surely must be the story that says we have mastered our own good governance, cooperative governance, defined as a separation of ownership from control. That in choosing our leaders, we were very intentional, deliberate, purposeful, and very conscious. That we demanded from them, number 1, that all of us together, we need to root out and defeat state capture. Because it doesn't matter what we do. It's like filling a leaking bucket when we have lost in 5 years 1.5 trillion South African rands. In the 9 wasted years, we're siphoning off on average 200 billion per annum just to the 2 Zupta families. Number 2, we need to implement and complete the unfinished work of transformation so that this economy is broadly reflective of the demographics. In South Africa, there's 65 million of us. 52.5% of them are women, and yet women representation in positions of leadership is less than 24%. African women, less than 4%. And yet we know that when you put a smartphone in the hands of a woman, not only does the nutrition, the health, and education of their own children improve, but the entire society and the community from which they come. If COVID was anything to go by, of the 198 countries infected and affected by COVID-19, 8 of them dealt better with the pandemic than all others put together, and all 8 of them had women as head of state, including New Zealand and its 5 million people. The biggest economy in the European Union, Germany, of Angela Merkel. But also if you look at the Scandinavian and Nordic countries, when you add one more country, they dealt better with this COVID than others. Therefore, when we tell our own story, we need to go to the third and say, we demand ethical leadership, because ethics is what you do when no one is watching. The fourth is to demand good governance, because good governance is defined in the Companies Act, is defined in now King 5 report. It gives us the handrails and the guardrails that we need, because good governance does not steal from the mouths of the babies, the sick and the dying, like we saw people who call themselves our leaders do with PPE at the moment of our greatest need. The penultimate one is service delivery, because that's the job description of somebody who chooses to be a public servant. It's contained in chapter 194 of our constitution, because our constitution is the best in the world, not because of what's contained in the main body of the constitution, but of what is contained in the one pager called the preamble, that rests on 3 pillars: constitutional democracy, social justice, and fundamental human rights. And the last one, of course, is law and order, safety and security. Because without law and order, safety and security, who are we and what are we? I mean, South Africans are not safe walking on the streets, which I can almost understand because they're exposed. But they are not safe sleeping in their own homes, which is their castle, their sanctuary. Because the contact crimes are the ones that are going up exponentially higher. Therefore, when we tell our own story, we should negate the expectations of our detractors that we are now occupying the world records for all the wrong reasons. We are the most unequal country in the world. 2010, we took over from Brazil with a Gini coefficient of 0.63. 2, we're the country with the highest unemployment rate in the world at 33%, if you round off the figures. And even that excludes the people that have given up looking for work for the last 36 months. The expanded definition is 42%. But youth unemployment is the one that needs to keep you and I awake at night, because during the 2 weeks in July of 2021, youth unemployment was 74.9%. I'm amongst family here, 75%. When 8 young people are sitting at home twiddling their thumbs with nothing to do, not only are we asking for trouble, but we're actively inviting it. 65 million South Africans, 30 million of us live below the poverty datum line. 10 million young people are not in education, employment, and training. 6 million boys have never seen their parents. I never thought that I would live to see the people who are on the top of the food chain, doctors, clinicians, just in the province of Gauteng alone. 800 of them are now unemployed. And yet they've got the title doctors, thereby suffering from mental issues, but also period poverty. How do we ensure that they reclaim their self-worth and their self-respect? Purely and simply because as a country, as a people with great natural endowment, of this 1.4 trillion on average that Edward Kieswetter collects from you and I and companies, 70% of it goes only to 3 things, leaving nothing to go to infrastructure, spend, and investment. That's why we're going backwards. The first is public sector wage bill, because we are just refusing to cut the cloth to fit the need. Number 2, it goes to social security. I mean, we inherited less than 2 million people on social security. Now we wear it like a badge of honor to say 28 million people, whilst we were in charge, are now on social security. 11.5 million of them applied for the social relief of distress grant during the epidemic. 14 million applied. How can that be a badge of honor. But also with the country with the highest SME failure rate in the world. That's an acronym for small, medium enterprise. I leave out micro because that's survivalist, hand to mouth. Because we are part of BRICS now, BRICS Plus, all the countries, the BRIC nations, new jobs created by SMEs are north of 60%. Here, south of 15 percentage points. I mean, it takes only 2 hours to start a new business in Singapore. Here, 3 years. It would have cost you 350,000 rand later just to comply. In Singapore, you use the 350,000 to buy goods and services. But also, we are the country with the highest GBVF rate in the world, not by a factor of 2, but 5 times the global average. Allow me to challenge you with an anecdote or two. Chinua Achebe is a poet and an author. He's the one who gave us that amazing book, Turning Around the Gaia. The center can all hold, things fall apart. He says he is a fool, he who treats his own brother worse than a stranger. He goes on to say, when 2 brothers fight to the death, a stranger will inherit your father's estate. He says, when a brother has made a mistake, they need to be saved, not blamed. That anger with your own brother must only be skin deep, never bone deep. This point is accentuated by the first African National Congress president to be the Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Chief Albert Luthuli, when he says, you don't want even your worst enemy, at the weakest, to exclude you as a solution. It is Bantu Steve Biko who reminded us that, black man, you are on your own. That if we don't handle our freedom very well, the colonizers will come back as investors. They'll give themselves sexy names like the market. Now, 31 years into democracy, the words of Whitley Phipps, at the time that we thought it wasn't going to happen, ascends a stage that looks pretty much like this one and reminds us that it was the rule of law, that slaves could not play the white keys of the piano, that all the Negro spirituals were composed using only the black keys. Went on to render that amazing classic, The Amazing Grace, composed with only 5 keys. You and I today have much more than just 5 black keys. We've got systems and processes. We even have leaders that look like us. Surely, we can do much more than to condemn our own children into a self-perpetuating vicious cycle of abject poverty. You see, Harriet Tubman is a slave abolitionist. She reminds us that I have freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more, only if they knew that they were slaves. Let me leave you with a throwaway comment that simply says, you see, pain inflicted by our own on our very own cuts deeper. So if this is your land, where are your stories? My name is Bonang Mohale. Thank you very much. I would have loved to have been there in person.
And I need to reflect on that, by the way. I like we've got more than 5 keys, more than 5 black keys. Thank you so much to Professor Bonang Mohale, just highlighting the importance of visionary and ethical leadership. That in the context of all the challenges we have, it also means we have real opportunities to make real change and move the needle. We are now at a point of the day where we get into the detail of our launch this morning. And up next, we have someone who's made a career out of turning complexity into clarity. Nicole Martins is the Head of Impact Investing Research at Crutham, the brilliant team that's been working with us behind the scenes on the Sanlam ESG Barometer for the past 3 years, and particularly this year's B20 Impact Report. She and her colleagues have spent months unpacking what really happens after the speeches are done and the policy papers are signed. So, if you've ever wondered whether the B20 actually moves the needle, now's the moment to pay close attention. Please join me in welcoming Nicole Martins.
Thanks very much, everyone. I can't believe I have to follow Professor Mwale. That's very, very intimidating, so I apologize in advance. It will not be as good as that, but what could be. So I think maybe even another round of applause for that. I know he's not here, but that was really incredible. So I also recognize that I'm standing between you and your tea break. So I'm doing my best to be brief, but concise but comprehensive today. So just to thank you all again, good morning, and thank you for being here, everyone that's in the room. Thank you to the 1,000+ people that are joining us online. We really appreciate you taking the time. It's a privilege for me to be able to present to you today on the findings of this research that we as Crutham have conducted as part of this year's ESG Barometer. Quite a bit has been said about it already, but for those of you who are not familiar with the barometer, it's an annual survey that we do of listed companies in South Africa and recently added Kenya, where we try to get a sense of what their approach to and practices are with respect to sustainability and impact. For those of you that are familiar with the barometer, you might remember that last year, one of our key findings was that South African businesses in particular are integrating sustainability into their strategies, not because they're required to do so by policy or regulation, but because they see the financial materiality of the decisions that they make today. The other thing that they're doing intentionally, as Andile was saying earlier, is they're trying to create additional impact. They're going beyond what is required of them. They're going beyond business as usual. They want to make a difference. So what a great opportunity is presented to us by hosting the G20 and alongside it the B20 for the voice of business and South African business, which is so focused on sustainability and enduring impact, to really make its way into the global policy arena. That's why we're very excited to have done this research, and I'm looking forward to sharing with you what we found. Before we dive in, maybe just a quick introduction to myself and Crutham so that you know who's speaking to you. So my name, as was mentioned, is Nicole Martins. I head up the impact advisory practice at Crutham. Crutham is a research house and advisory firm that works on all things impact, sustainability, ESG. Our purpose is to try and make the financial sector work better for society. That means that we research, design, and implement innovative solutions to some of Africa's biggest challenges, and why we've had such a great time with the ESG Barometer and getting to understand how businesses are approaching these issues. Maybe just to start with a bit of background. So I know I don't have to explain to anyone in this room what the G20 is or how important and pivotal it is that Africa is hosting it this year, or South Africa is hosting it. It's an opportunity to get the South African Global South voice into the global policy discussion. It's a once in a 20-year opportunity, and it's something that we don't take lightly. Alongside that is the importance of this B20 conversation. The B20 platform is really important. It's how business, not just from South Africa, Africa, the Global South, but globally throughout the G20 countries, gets its voice heard in these policy discussions. And the reality is that every year, hundreds of thousands of people come together representing businesses from around the world to have conversations and generate hundreds of proposals, ideas of things that they'd like to see that will make it easier to do business and easier to generate that real-world impact that we're after. But of those hundreds of proposals, very few will actually be adopted into the G20 recommendations and the leadership statements, and even fewer than that will generate real-world impact at the end of the day. So we set out to understand why. So we have a very simple research question, but it's a very complex task to answer it. We want to understand what it takes to get from a B20 proposal, from a great idea, to a G20 recommendation, from there to G20 nation action, and from there to real-world impact. We've assumed a relatively linear journey, and we'll unpack a little bit of that later. But what we're trying to understand is really what are the key characteristics of a B20 proposal that can endure this journey. Now, to answer this question, we had to employ obviously quite a rigorous and credible, robust methodology. We combined secondary research and primary research. On the secondary side, we unpacked the last 3 B20 cycles. So we looked at Indonesia, India, and Brazil. What we did was we identified what the B20 proposals were. So what was business asking for these last 3 years? Of those, which ones were adopted into the G20 recommendations? So where did G20 nations policymakers say, that's a great idea, we'd like to adopt that? And we included those that were adopted partially and in full. So in full really means they were taken almost as is, and partially means that the spirit of that recommendation was brought on board, but maybe not the exact wording or the exact initiative that was proposed. Of those, we then assessed which of them actually saw real policy action from G20 nations. So which ones had got to that stage, and of those, which ones are enduring? So where do we see that initiatives and policy decisions continue to generate impact? So it was a mammoth task, and I'm really proud of the team for the work that they did. Of course, desktop research only gets you so far, and we recognize that none of us as the research team at Krutham have been involved in a B20 process. So to ensure the credibility of the research findings, what we did next was we tested them with B20 stakeholders. So we interviewed people that have been involved in the B20 process over the last 3 years, including those that are taking leading roles this year, to stress test these findings. We spoke to companies, representatives of companies that have been involved in B20 process. We spoke to some of the task force chairs. We spoke to the secretariat and the PMO to really understand whether we were on the right track and whether this resonated with their own experience of the B20 process. And what we've done at the end of this, what was culminated in, is a list of 10 core components of a successful B20 proposal. And we are very happy with that because it's always nice when something is a nice round number. So we hope that you'll find this interesting. What we're going to do today is I'm going to touch on each of them, each of the 10. There will be a test at the end, so please prepare. Just checking if you're still listening. So we'll touch on them. We'll start with the findings from the desktop research. There are 6 of those. Some of them have been touched on in the previous presentations or speeches. And then we'll talk a little bit about the 4 that came out of the B20 stakeholder engagement. And you can think of them almost as a checklist for B20 proposals, for successful B20 proposals. We hope that this research would be helpful for the B20 stakeholders that are currently in this important advocacy stage. We also hope that they can help future B20 stakeholders as they set out to design proposals aimed at delivering real-world change. So let's dive in. Let's start with our findings from the desktop review. Now, we'll touch on 2 key findings before we dive into the core components of the successful B20 proposals. The first one is this idea that there are several themes and focus areas that have consistently appeared in the last 3 B20 cycles. Things like mobilizing global value chains, inclusive growth, digital transformation, the need for coordinated action, strengthening MSMEs, and then, of course, sustainability, which we've heard a lot about today. They're recurrent themes that have been pushed for by business over the last 3 years. Now, one hypothesis that you might have when you see that is that there's no progress being made. Why are we having the same conversation every year? Why is business having to put together proposals on these issues every year? What we found, though, when we dug deeper, is that it's actually the opposite. These conversations continue to be on the agenda because they are so important, because they are complex, interconnected, systemic issues that take much more than one policy cycle to address. And because each year, there is, in fact, incremental progress on these issues, and the conversation simply gets more nuanced every year. What that means, then, is that the B20 platform itself is made up of persistent persistent individuals and organizations with a consistent message of wanting to deliver change in these core areas that are so important. It's really a signal of the relevance of the platform rather than its redundancy. What it also does is it brings into sharp focus the need to track our progress, to measure how we're doing, to understand whether we're on track for achieving what we're after. Second, we find that tangible action really does follow from the B20 proposals. This is a very satisfying conclusion to draw, because it would have been a very short report if we found that the B20 process was pointless. So we're very glad that we found that this is one of the key findings. While the G20 recommendations and declarations, they don't guarantee policy action and they don't guarantee real-world impact, what we do find is that there are many commitments that have been put into place over the last few years that find their roots in the B20 proposals. Initiatives around things like the digital public infrastructure or data frameworks or blended finance mechanisms, SDG-focused funding vehicles, for example, projects that are aimed at mapping and strengthening global supply chains, efforts to harmonize ESG reporting standards, fostering women's participation in the economy, and of course, green innovations. There have been so many policy initiatives that have come out in these themes, and many of them will find their roots in B20 proposals from the last 3 years. When you look at things like Indonesia's pandemic fund, the Just Energy Transition Partnership, which is incredibly relevant here, in India, the rollout of the digital public infrastructure, and in Brazil, things like the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. These are enduring initiatives that have got significant real-world impact that all started as an idea from a task force as part of the B20. So what does it take to put together a successful B20 proposal? So the kinds of initiatives that we've seen, how did they get from a great idea to an actionable policy? There's, as I mentioned, 6 components we'll talk about first, and then 4 additional critical success factors. So the first thing that's really important is direct alignment with G20 priorities. A B20 proposal will gain significant traction if it clearly aligns to the overarching priorities of the G20 presidency and the collective agenda of the G20 nations. This is why, for example, 3 years ago when we were coming out of COVID, those proposals that were healthcare related gained a lot of traction very quickly. It makes a lot of sense because the whole process of G20 is about building collective political will. It's about collective action. When you're thinking about the themes that are in focus this year, where we look at things like sustainability, solidarity, equality, those proposals that are aligned to that are framed as supporting those initial theme areas, will be the ones that are most likely to gain traction and to be adopted. Aligning to the G20 priorities also creates a sense of relevance and urgency for these proposals. It's a critical component. If you come out of the B20 process with something that's entirely left field, it will be very unlikely that it's going to be adopted. Our second critical component is adhering to specific institutional or financial mechanisms. Proposals that are more than just a general idea, ones that have a specific plan of implementation, are far more likely to be adopted. And it stands to reason, right? It makes it much easier for policymakers to adopt a recommendation that has been clearly thought out, where accountability and responsibility has been built in, and where we have a clear sense of exactly how we will implement this process. Innovative financing vehicles like the SDG fund that came out of the last 3 years are perfect examples of this, where you've identified a problem. As the B20 task force, you've sat down, you've said, we think there's a solution, and you've mapped it out rather than making a suggestion and hoping somebody else will do the hard work. Number 3, and this has come up in some of the presentations previously, the idea of measurable targets and KPIs. For a B20 proposal to be considered worthy of adoption, it needs to have a measure of progress built in. We need to understand what is it that we're trying to achieve, by when, and by who. This is a critical component of a successful B20 proposal. It also incentivizes accountability and sustained commitment in implementation when you've got these KPIs and measurable targets built in. Number 4, continuity via legacy structures. So we heard a little bit about that as well. The idea of a B20 proposal should always be to outlive a single policy cycle, right? A G20 cycle. We don't want proposals that are a one-hit wonder. We really want them to endure and have longevity. And this is where the role of the legacy initiatives is so important. The legacy initiatives are ongoing platforms like secretariats or working groups or engagement forums that have been set up to outlive one G20's process. And this has the ability to institutionalize the B20 recommendations. You give them a home, somewhere to live, and someone to look after them and actually implement them over time. Of course, these components build on one another, so you can't set up a legacy initiative if you haven't thought about measurable targets, and you can't do that if you haven't thought about institutional frameworks, and you can't do that if it's not aligned to the G20 themes. What's also important about the legacy structures is that it allows for cumulative progress, which is really the only way we tackle some of the wicked problems that we're trying to address through these structures. You want progress to happen consistently over time, incrementally over time, then legacy initiatives and legacy structures is really how you do that. It also allows you the opportunity to build on the legacy initiatives of the past years. So proposals that build on existing structures and those that set up enduring structures are much more likely to be adopted into the G20 recommendations. So when you're putting something together, it's about more than just this year. It's about how do we make sure that this is there next year, the year after, 5, 10 years from now, and how do we build on something that was put together rather than reinventing the wheel. There is a lot of pressure on the B20 task forces with respect to this particular issue because everyone wants to leave a great legacy and everyone wants to set up an impressive legacy initiative and not necessarily build on somebody else's great idea from a few years ago. So this is a particularly challenging one for some of the B20 stakeholders. The 5th component that we're looking for, and it's also something that's been mentioned, is the idea of stakeholder engagement. And when we say stakeholder engagement, we don't mean large multinationals talking to themselves. We're really talking about engaging beyond the B20 platform with small and medium enterprises, with civil society, with academia, with policy institutions, with DFIs, with all the 20s that exist. The reason this is so important is because a policy that's designed, or a proposal from B20 that's designed in collaboration with these stakeholders, is not only more likely to be robust and credible and stress tested, it's also much more likely to be implemented. It's very difficult to get institutions or individuals to take accountability of a particular proposal or to dedicate resources to implementing it if they weren't consulted in its development. So stakeholder engagement is incredibly important. It's also very important when it gets to the advocacy stage, which is where we are right now. So right now we're in the advocacy stage where the B20 task forces are working incredibly hard at getting their proposals adopted. And here is where those relationships of having built those stakeholder networks, of having engaged people meaningfully, that's where they really come to the fore, because it's where you need to rally the troops around your good idea. So those proposals that don't engage in this broad and deep stakeholder engagement are most likely to be the ones that are transient and sort of stay on paper. And then our 6th finding from the desktop research is the idea that these proposals should focus on the global public good. And there's a couple of reasons why this is so important. But predominantly, the G20 promotes cooperation around public good policies, right? So that require collective action and that generate global benefit. So for a B20 proposal to be adopted, it needs to be framed as contributing to these issues. B20 proposals that are seen as self-serving for business are very unlikely to be adopted. So when we're thinking about what we need as business, when we're thinking about what would make it easier for us to do business, we need to think about what makes it better for the global we. How do we channel this for the global we and the global benefit? This is really how you gain political support, which takes you from paper to policy and eventually to action. So those are our 6 findings from the desktop research. And what they show us is that a B20 proposal, it's not just a good idea. It's really a meticulously crafted package, right, that aligns to the G20's political and technical priorities. And that's no small feat. That's why there are hundreds that are drafted every year. It's why it takes thousands of people to put them together. But really what we're finding is that a successful B20 proposal should provide clear, actionable implementation strategies and financing mechanisms coupled with robust accountability frameworks. Embedding the proposals within established legacy structures will ensure continuity and sustainability beyond a single presidency, and broad stakeholder engagement fosters legitimacy, inclusivity, and practical relevance. Crucially, incorporating measurable targets and key performance indicators transforms recommendations from aspirational statements into actionable commitments. This drives governments to implement and to regularly evaluate progress. Further, framing your proposals within the pursuit of the global public good will amplify their normative strength, galvanizing collective political will within the multinational G20 arena. So we're talking about strategic alignment, concrete execution paths, accountability, which has come up a lot this morning, institutional continuity, inclusive engagement, and focusing on shared benefits. So if they're absent, the proposals are very unlikely to go anywhere. If these are part of your proposal, they're very likely to be adopted and even more likely to see real-world change. So it's easy, right? So we just quickly draft a couple of proposals that meet all these criteria and we'll be fine. I think what we realize is that it's quite a task to put these together. So what we did next, as I mentioned, is we said, okay, great. So we've conducted this desktop research. We understand now that there are specific themes that are really coming through the last 3 years that are getting a lot of attention. We understand that tangible action can come from this process, but that there are core criteria that those proposals need to meet if they are to deliver real-world impact. And again, none of us have ever participated in a B20 process. So now is the time to really test this. So we engaged with sought additional input from B20 stakeholders. These are people that are in the thick of it, that have rolled up their sleeves, that are really working hard at turning these things into reality. And we figured this was a good place to stress test our findings. Now, as a researcher, this is always fun because it helps to make more robust findings and it makes sure that your research is credible and authentic. It's also terrifying because you worry that people will say none of it makes sense. So we spoke with, as I mentioned, the B20, some of the task force chairs, the Secretariat, the PMO, and then representatives of businesses that have been involved in the process over the last 3 years to ask them whether this resonated with their experience. And what we found, to our great relief, was that those 6 components and those 8 findings were generally accepted. So there was consensus that this made sense to them, that they had seen this in practice, they agreed with our findings. What they also did was add further context and nuance to our discussions. So through our discussions with the B20 stakeholders, we were able to add an additional 4 critical success factors for a successful B20 proposal. And we'll share those with you now. And these are really valuable insights that I think have been touched on a little bit in the discussion so far, but are really the core of how you get from an idea to real-world change. The first one is a solid foundation of trust. A solid foundation of trust between government, business, and the broader stakeholder groups with which we engage is the basis for B20 proposal adoption and action. Whether a proposal is adopted or implemented depends on the understanding of the motive behind the proposal. When the B20 proposal motives are seen as self-serving or irrelevant to the global we, to the global good, they are not likely to be adopted. It's critical that business, government, and key actors trust that the motives of business are genuine and that they're aligned with the public good. Without this confidence, the proposals risk being dismissed as opportunistic or lacking credibility and genuinity. Trust also plays a really important role in the implementation phase. Right? Institutions and individuals are unlikely to commit to take ownership of the initiative if they don't trust the process that was underpinning its development. Where it's present, this trust fosters collaboration and joint problem solving and a willingness to take responsibility for delivery. Building and sustaining trust, therefore, underpins every stage of the B20 process, from agenda setting to execution. In our conversations with the B20 stakeholders that we interviewed, what we found was that the unprecedented success of the Brazil B20, which saw a record number of proposals adopted, was underpinned by a very close relationship and trusting relationship between business and government. It's something that came out very strongly in our research. Number 2, and this has been brought up as well, the importance of competent, committed task force chairs. So from what I've mentioned to you already about all the criteria that these proposals need to meet, I'm sure you can understand that it's not an easy job to lead a task force. The task force chairs are there to consolidate the inputs of hundreds of people, as mentioned, usually virtually, which is incredibly challenging. Their role is to be a sense checker, a convener, have technical insight. They need to have an idea of what the issues are that are at stake. They need to do all of this in addition to their day jobs under incredibly tight timelines and political pressure. It's not an easy job. And the ones that do well will be the ones that are committed to the cause and that are really credible and competent, technically competent, and have the ability to convene and to coordinate people. What we have found is that the task forces that have got this kind of chair produce recommendations that meet those initial 6 criteria. They produce recommendations that are ambitious but practical, that are produced via stakeholder engagement, and that are much more likely to be implementable through specific institutional or financial mechanisms with progress tracked along the way. Where that leadership is absent, so they were probably involved in your task force theme areas last year, they make sure you don't reinvent the wheel, that you build on existing proposals, that you don't submit something that has no chance of going through, and they coordinate and consolidate and synthesize all the inputs that come from these task forces. In addition to this, the knowledge partners, there was also note of the importance of the network partners. And the network partners are the ones that help you actually implement these proposals once they've been adopted. They're the ones that drive them on the ground with you. Critical as well that you select these early and effectively to make sure that the proposals are adopted and that they're driven beyond the policy cycle, beyond the G20 cycle. And then the last one, and I think the most relevant one for where we are in the process currently, is the importance of deliberate, practical advocacy. Now, the stakeholders that we spoke to, they emphasized that moving a B20 proposal from paper to practice requires more than a strong set of recommendations. So even if you met all the technical criteria that we've talked about, even if you've gone through all the effort of putting together a really robust set of proposals, for it to be adopted, for it to achieve that real-world change that we're after, you have to advocate for it. It was mentioned that this point now of handing over the recommendations is not the end point. It really is the starting of the journey. And this is incredibly important, especially in the context of recommendations that might be more nuanced. So we spoke earlier about the importance of appealing to the G20 themes and to the global public good. This year, there will be proposals. The reality of it is there will be proposals that are South Africa, Africa, or Global South focused that will not be adopted because they are South Africa, Africa, or Global South focused. That doesn't mean it's the end of the road for these ideas. It means the start of real advocacy to drive them beside the process, regardless of whether they're adopted into the G20 recommendations or not. So what we had assumed in that earlier slide was this linear process, right, of B20 proposal into G20 recommendation, into policy action, into real-world impact. What we realized by understanding the advocacy process is that it's possible to go from B20 proposal to real-world change without there being a G20 recommendation adoption. And that really sits with this idea of deliberate practical advocacy. And the advocacy role is really the embodiment of all the key criteria we've seen. When you're advocating, you need to frame that proposal so that it's aligned with the G20 themes. You need to make sure that you are advocating for something that is practical and implementable, that you're advocating for the measurement of progress along the way, that you're advocating in collaboration with your key stakeholders, and that you're doing this for the public good, and that you've built these proposals and continue to build and maintain those relationships of trust. So it really is the culmination of all these criteria. So maybe for a quick recap on where we are. So if you were to get today to develop a B20 proposal, this is really where you'd need to start, so that you can make sure that it's not well-intentioned alone, but that it's designed and politically attuned and built for execution. So your checklist is really simple. Have I aligned this proposal with G20 priorities? Have I identified specific institutional or financial mechanisms to implement this proposal? Are there measurable targets and KPIs in place? Is there continuity via existing or via a new legacy structure? Have I engaged my stakeholders effectively? Am I focusing on the global public good? Have I made sure that I'm building a solid foundation of trust? And am I going to put in the effort to maintain that? Have I ensured that I've got committed, competent task force chairs in place? Have we put the right leaders in these positions to drive this process? Have I picked the best knowledge partners and network partners that I can find to make sure that I'm developing proposals that are robust and communicated clearly? And am I ready to roll my sleeves up and get involved in some real deliberate practical advocacy to make sure that these proposals deliver that real-world change that I'm after? If we can make sure that our B20 proposals from this year meet these, or at least some of these criteria, we have a much greater chance of them being adopted into the G20 recommendations. But even if they're not, these kinds of proposals are the ones we want to see implemented. They're the ones that we want to drive. They're the ones that we want to support for that real-world change. South Africa really has an opportunity here to build on the hard-won lessons of the past, to develop proposals that are sharpening the influence of business on the global policy chain for the good of the global we. We have a really difficult challenge at hand where we need to stay close to the global G20 agenda, but still amplify issues that are both relevant globally and also rooted in our local context. Future B20 processes, we hope, will find this useful. We hope that B20 stakeholders going forward will prioritize continuity, that they'll learn from our context. I know it was mentioned that next year might be a bit of a challenge, but that puts even more pressure on B20 stakeholders this year to develop proposals that will outlive the next presidency. So we thank everyone for the support. We thank the stakeholders that sat down with us and let us interview them to understand their processes and their participation in the B20 platform. We thank Sanlam for giving us the opportunity to do this research. And we thank all of you for being willing to listen to us talk about it. As a researcher, it's always great if someone's actually read the report. So having the presentations this morning was great to hear. And we really hope that South Africa will take advantage of this opportunity to lead by example in terms of making sure that business and government can work well together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nicole. That was very enlightening, and now we have an opportunity to pick your brain now that you've told us everything that is there. By the way, for everybody in the room, in the live chat, there will be a link that's going to be loaded there for the electronic version of the report. You will also find it on the Sanlam ESG Barometer webpage, as well as the B20 webpage. It will be loaded. In fact, it has already been loaded as Nicole was giving us that fascinating deep dive on how these business ideas eventually become real-world impacts. I've got a couple of questions lined up of my own, but I've also encouraged the audience to please load your questions onto the live chat, and we may very well also have an opportunity to have some really live Q&A with the roving mics. So if you've got anything burning, this is a good time for you to raise it. My first question is around implementation and the opportunity for South Africa. So your research shows that only some of the B20 proposals make it all the way to implementation. But you've made the point that, there is a chance and a good chance. And that's what you've really empowered us with today, is how does one do that? But what distinguishes the ones that succeed? And what can South Africa's task forces do differently to ensure that their recommendations actually land? You also touched on the fact that we might want to slip in things that are priorities for us, either as the global south, the continent of Africa, or even selfishly South Africa. But surely there's key tenets about how we as Team South Africa can make sure that indeed the recommendations we make land and get adopted and taken forward. And of course, next year being the US, we probably have an even bigger challenge.
Yeah, I think it's really a great question to ask is around what is a successful B20 proposal? So our original hypothesis was that a successful proposal is one that's adopted into the G20 recommendations, right? And then sees policy action and then delivers real world change. But at the end of the day, a successful proposal should be one that gets to that endpoint by whatever means. So how do you get a B20 proposal to generate real world impact and change? And for me, that's about acknowledging that the G20 process is not the be-all and end-all of that proposal. So it's really about that deliberate advocacy and saying that if we as business community in South Africa or Africa, the global south, if there are things we really believe in, if there are policy changes we really want to see, then regardless of whether they're adopted into the G20 recommendations, we need to drive those.
Right.
And for me, that'll be the difference between the ones that stay ideas on paper and the ones that generate real-world change, will be those ones that are actively driven by business going forward. So that's the challenge that we have now, is not to give up if they aren't adopted, if they are too nuanced, but to say, regardless of whether or not those are adopted, we're going to continue to drive them because they are good, powerful, important ideas.
Got you. And that links me to the legacy initiatives point you made about the fact that, there's the risk that Indonesia, Brazil, South Africa, you might have a situation where what is meant to be a legacy initiative, because it happened in Brazil and may have had the lens of South America, it may not appeal as much to the current presidency, and you might lose momentum on that. And it got me thinking about, on the one hand, we want Africa's priorities to not fade when the South African presidency is done and it moves on. But at the same time, legacy is legacy. It's not legacy if it stops, starts. So we clearly have to carry some that came from the previous, and we need to motivate for whatever input we make this time to be the legacy initiative of the next presidency. Yeah. How do we do that as Team South Africa?
Yeah, I think that's one of the challenges that the B20 task forces will face, is how do I design something that is sufficiently nuanced but appropriately global in nature? And there, I think it's really about, when you look at the other countries in the last few years and the legacy initiatives that they've put in place, the ones that have endured, the ones that are still there, are ones that are rooted in the local context, but that are addressing a global issue. So think of something like Indonesia's Carbon Center for Excellence, right? It's addressing climate change more broadly, but it's rooted in Indonesia's local context of being a fossil fuel-dependent market. So those kinds of initiatives will really endure. So will things like specific innovative finance mechanisms. So setting something up like the SDG fund, for example. Those kinds of things are addressing the issues here at home, but they're inviting participation from global collaborators. And those are the ones that I think will really endure going forward.
Okay, great. Let me allow the audience to raise any questions they may have. I know that we've had some people on stage that are directly involved in G20, B20, but I do know that some of our guests include some of you that are serving on some of the task forces. So A show of hands. Anybody with a question? I do have roving mics. Yes, madame. We'll start right here. Ladies first always. Microphones, everybody? There we are. She's right here.
Looks like I just beat the president of BUSA and CAS with my hand up.
Oh, that was brilliant. I saw that too. Really cool.
My name is Ndidi. I work with the ISSB. I wanted to ask, ISSB, IFRS Foundation. I wanted to ask if you could put your finger on, I mean, when you were speaking, what jumped out at me was global supply chains. So ensuring the resilience of global supply chains addresses smaller entities, also addresses that question of the needs to invest in the transition, which are welcome addressed by Lyndon, nicely addressed. Have you found in your research specific themes that you would neutrally say, hey, these are gonna make it as legacy projects? And what would those be?
Great question.
Yeah, definitely.
Good luck, Nicole.
Thank you. Are we taking a couple or
No,
are we
no,
doing one at a
let's
time?
take this one and then,
Okay.
and then we'll move on. Just want to keep the theme kind of on its own.
Sure. So I think it is a great question, and it's really interesting when you start to look at the relationships between the different themes. As I mentioned, they are all complex and interconnected. One of the things that came out quite strongly with the research for the G20, B20 South Africa process is around the digital public infrastructure and around digital transformation and empowering communities and consumers with access to the digital marketplace.
Yeah.
I think that's something that we'll probably see, and linking that to sort of access for small business so that we can implement more sustainable, robust supply chains. So I would imagine, and again, you've got people in the room that are much more qualified to answer this than me, but I think that would be something that I'd love to see endure past this one G20 cycle, would be platforms that are set up to support that, equal access to opportunity that comes from connectivity.
Yeah. Can I piggyback on that question before we bring in the president of BUSA? One of the comments that Paul and Raji, the CEO of Sanlam Group, raised, and I think Professor Bonang Mohale didn't only raise, he went deep into it, is how corruption, poor governance, malfeasance undermines literally any recommendation we pick and the efforts that go into them. So if we went with digital transformation or expanding access to the internet as an example, and we got the Vodacoms and the MTNs and the Cell Cs and the Telcoms to provide all this access, but notwithstanding all that good work, somebody, some corrupt official somewhere, just usurps that access for whatever narrow personal gain. To what extent does corruption, or is that seen more as an African thing or a developing world thing, but we know it's all over the world. To what extent does corruption and better governance come through in G20, B20 conversations or even proposals?
Yeah, I think that it all links to this foundation of trust issue that is so important, right? And I think it's not just that public sector government needs to trust business, it's that business needs to be able to trust government. And I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, so if you are in one of the task forces, feel free to correct me, but it would be incredibly difficult to motivate yourself to go through the effort of putting together a B20 proposal if you didn't trust the public sector to implement that thing effectively. Just like it would be incredibly difficult to go through the G20 process if you didn't trust business to present proposals that were legitimate and credible and not self-serving. So I do think corruption is a huge issue because it erodes that trust. And that trust is the foundation of putting together proposals that are actually going to deliver any impact.
Absolutely. Mr. Mkojo.
Great work, Nicole. The success, what we have found in the journey that we've been on is how you actually start preparing for the B20. Because that in itself will determine the robustness of understanding what has happened in the past and how you structure yourself to create success. So it actually, with us, started with Kaz and I back in August last year, actually going and spending 3 days in Brazil with the Sherpa, the co-chair, the chair there, and the whole secretariat that was there to really understand what were the lessons that they have learned. We were able to sit back and map what has been done by various other countries and which of those policies are critical for continuity. Because remember, we also served in some of those committees when it was their B20. So that ability to also make sure that the right co-chairs that make up the international business advocacy group actually are the ones that are going to be critical, and also the co-chairs within the task force, because they bring continuity, a lot of them, from previous. Some of them will tell you have been there since the beginning of the B20 process. So those are some of the other ingredients, I think, that are very, very critical to ensuring that, you know, the B20 recommendations become relevant. The last comment I want to emphasize this particular point. You would have seen that in the Brazil B20, they had a special legacy thing, task force around specifically looking at issues of women as a separate task force. And with agreement with them, they said, well, if we can do better than this, it will be great. And we actually suggested with them that the best way that we should tackle issues of women is to say, with each of these task forces, we should look at issues of women across all task forces.
Right.
Whether you're talking about trade, whether you're talking about finance, whether you're talking about skilling and all of that, that issues of women should cut across. So every recommendation should have something that talks to that.
Right.
That comes from it. And that was a conversation we had with Brazil, saying that that will be the next great thing to do when you guys look at it. So there's also that opportunity, because if you want continuity and the relevance, you want to ensure that all of those engagements are taking place. They are being actually, and we're actually also now starting to talk with the American guy, you know, the team. When we were in the US 2 weeks ago.
Are they listening to us?
They are.
Okay.
They are in the team,
Okay.
you see, because that's the biz side.
Right.
You see, that's the business side.
Oh,
already
okay.
we are already talking about how do we actually preserve, in a way, without losing the continuity of some of this
Yeah.
when they have to present it for their for their G side. And it's about also finding how language can be used, bringing others sort of mixing others together so that they don't seem to be standing on their own.
Yeah.
So that type of engagement also becomes very important and it talks to the trust part, okay? It talks very much to the trust part, because the idea is to ensure that there's continuity of efforts that everyone is working for today to ensure it succeeds in the future. So there's a lot of that, and I'm sure Kaz can probably add one or two others.
That's brilliant. That's great to hear. Thank you so much for that, Ngolisi.
Now, just to add, and again, let me echo Ngolisi's words, that's great work on the barometer. I think that one of the sort of things we're trying to do in the B20, and I'll deal with that in the panel I'm on later as well, is that, because the one thing that, if I may have misunderstood you, but one of the problems of this whole process is that there is no secretariat. There isn't a B20 secretariat,
Right.
nor is there a G20 secretariat.
Right.
So what happened is these policy discussions happen every year. They get handed over, and nobody actually tracks what's happening. Okay? What we're trying to do this year is, and I'm pulling together a meeting with Brazil, America, and hopefully the 2027 host is announced soon, to see if we can establish some sort of mechanism to actually track these recommendations, to track impact. And if there isn't impact, to bring it back somehow and see what we do. So that's the first point. The second point is, we're also trying to push a principle that says that, and it's a point you made, this isn't all up to the G20. There are a number of recommendations that businesses in B20 countries can actually implement
Yep.
without waiting for government.
Yep.
And we need to do that. Also, what we are trying to encourage is that an organization like BUSA must utilize all the work done by the B20. I mean, there's a hell of a lot of research, experience, sharing of best practice that has gone into these recommendations. to leverage of all of that, to actually bring to scale projects that we are involved in here.
Right.
So the host country must benefit in the area that it is working on for itself, and in our case, for the continent.
Right.
And the final point I'd like to make is that, sure, we want to promote the continent, South Africa and so on, but we're doing all of that within the context of saying that African success is global success. So it's in the interest of other G20 countries for their own growth and development.
Right.
To actually grow and benefit Africa. So there's a correlation between the two.
Got you. Well, thank you for that, gentlemen. A round of applause to the two gents. You'll be hearing from them in the panel discussion, but as we wrap up, before we take our break, your own feedback to some of that input? That was interesting.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic to hear the findings sort of validated, and this idea of broad stakeholder engagement starting even before the process, and I think also leveraging that for the continuity is so important. And it will be important beyond the next G20 cycle. So having those conversations is incredibly important. And then I couldn't agree with you more, Kas, around how important it is to track and monitor and to be able to feed back to say, this is what we found works in which contexts and through which mechanisms, because otherwise we will have the same conversation year on year. So that would be amazing to see. And also just a final, I think from me, is just to echo the point we've been making, which is this idea that these great proposals that have been the result of so much hard work and time and energy and effort, that they don't have to stop at the end of the G20 presidency. That you've put in all this effort as business. We know from the previous barometers that business genuinely cares about generating real-world impact. And here's the platform for you to drive that through proposals that have been put together with a lot of expertise and experience. The groundwork is there, so now it's just up to us to really get our hands dirty and push forward.
And of course, needless to say, gentlemen, and everybody else that's involved in the process, that putting in the work, the time, the energy, and the resources, and all the partners to produce this piece of research is obviously with the intention of contributing to the body of work that the country is doing. So we'll continue to be the partner that you need when it comes to research. And we've got very able researchers in Krutham who've done this work extensively, and hopefully there'll be more to it going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our break. We've got about 30 minutes to grab some coffee and some eats. We'll kick off back into this room at 11 a.m. We've got two riveting panel discussions that will be hosted by two riveting moderators. And so please take a break. Talk about what's come through this morning, find a stranger to chat about some of the outcomes of the research that you enjoyed. But out in the foyer is tea, coffee, and snacks. I'll see you at 11.
Thank you.
Please make your way back into the venue and take your seats. The conference is about to continue. Please make your way back into the venue now. Thank you. Please welcome back Andile Khumalo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to get going on our, let's call it the second part of our morning. This is the one that tends to be quite heavy with content because we've got two panel discussions that will be running in no time. We're going to move on to our very first panel discussion. No, Mkolisi, yours is later, Mkolisi. We still need you, don't leave, but not now. The very first one is entitled Moving Beyond the Report, Ensuring Meaningful Implementation Through Cross-Sector Accountability. Our moderator today is one of South Africa's most respected voices in business and finance. Nastasia Arendse is an award-winning financial journalist with over 16 years of experience covering the biggest stories in markets, economics, and business. She's anchored top shows at CNBC Africa, Business Day TV, and the SABC, and in the process has interviewed some of the most influential leaders that shape our economy. Please, ladies and gentlemen, with her panel, welcome on stage the brilliant Nastasia Arendse.
Thank you so much, Andile. As he mentioned, the title, or rather the topic of this particular panel is Moving Beyond the Report, Ensuring Meaningful Implementation Through Cross-Sector Accountability. And it's anchored on the findings of the ESG report, which we've just released earlier today. And one of the questions that it tries to answer is that how do we turn B20 proposals into measurable progress? So some of the things we're going to be unpacking here involve implementation, what stalls it, what drives it, but also how cross-sector collaboration can unlock real change. To have this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined on stage. To my left, right next to me, is Cas Kavadia, who is the B20 South Africa Sherpa. Next to him is Gafar Hassan, who is the Executive for Corporate Affairs and Strategy at Sanlam Alliance. Next to Gafar is Lorraine Mekwa, who is the Managing Executive for Client Experience at Sanlam Corporate. And of course, we have Busi Mavuso, who is the CEO of Business Leadership South Africa. As we mentioned a bit earlier on, even though we may have roving mics moving around, I do want to encourage you to use the online platform to ask your questions. I have seen quite a bit of activity since the start of the program, so do continue in that way. If you have any questions or if you want to comment on something that one of the panelists have said. So how it's going to run is I'm going to engage in discussion with them, and then we'll leave a little bit towards the end to take your questions as the live audience, but of course, those of you who are watching us online. Cass, let me start off with you. When we were listening to the findings of this particular report, one of the things that stood out was the fact that there are key B20 themes that keep coming on again, one being climate action, digital transformation, MSME support, but also not forgetting inclusive growth. The fact that these key themes keep coming up again in each B20 report over the years, how should we be interpreting that persistence?
Well, I think the report and also sort of said that while these themes recur, they recur because they are important, and the B20 recognizes the complexity of this theme and so discusses it every year. So we adopted 6 task forces from Brazil, which included energy, which included trade, which included digital transformation and so on. Because those are important, those are globally important issues that not just Africa and South Africa are dealing with, but the globe is dealing with. And I think that there was still some policy work to be done to enable us to get to a stage where we can implement. So I think that these things being discussed over a number of B20s to me is not the major issue. I think the major issue is, and we've tried to do this year, that so we've adopted trade and investment from Brazil. The first question we ask is that, is there any more policy discussion to be had? And if so, what areas of policy discussions do we need to have, and let's limit it to that. And then let's concentrate on implementable recommendations. So that when we get to next year or the year after that, the B20 host can then ask that, is it necessary to still have policy discussions on trade and investment? And if not, do we actually concentrate on tracking the recommendations that we've made? So I think that we, certainly in our discussions with the US Chamber of Commerce in Washington, and we met them about 2 weeks ago, we've indicated to them that they need to look at, in each of the task forces, whether sufficient work has been done on the policy environment, and if it has been done and there's no need for policy discussions, don't have that. Have another task force. So I think that needs to be the acid test for me. Are there more policy discussions that are needed before we move into implementation? And if they are needed, because the B20 is essentially a policy discussion initiative that then comes out with recommendations on policy. And if there's no further policy discussions to be had on anything, don't have them. And that's the approach that we've taken.
Can I stay with you? What are those engagements like as you engage with the US Chamber? Take me in here.
So look, American businesses have been very supportive of B20. We've had a number of C-suite business people participating in the task forces. We've had some as co-chairs of the task forces. And the US Chamber of Commerce, to whom we hand over, has been very supportive. When I was at BUSA until the end of last year, we had and BUSA still has an MOU with them. We work very closely with them. But it's patently clear that it's an extremely difficult situation for them at the US Chamber. In all my interactions with the US Chamber over the years, I haven't seen them in this sort of a state, because they now find themselves in a position where previously they could tell us and others that we are at Edom with our government, we talk to our government and so on. They now tell us, you guys will come to these sessions having a fair idea of where your government is, where the G20 is, because you're talking to them. We have no idea. Okay. So I think that they are in a very difficult position. We've certainly indicated to them that we would do whatever we need to do to make this as less difficult as possible. And it's not just when they host next year. We need to work with them to advocate for this year's recommendations with the administration this year. And that's probably as difficult an issue as hosting next year. So when we looked at our recommendations before we finalized them, we asked them to go through them. We asked them to look at it from a language point of view. So we've got ESG behind us. If we didn't have to use the term ESG, but still achieve the recommendations, then we considered that, just to enable them to actually motivate to the administration. So America's not a nice place to be in at the moment.
All right. I'm sure there are going to be lots of questions from the audience around that. Lorraine, let me come to you because you focus on client experience, and in your realm, you get to engage with a whole host of stakeholders, be it your clients, your customers, as well as communities. Yeah. What I brought up a bit earlier on in my opening question to Cass around these B20 themes that keep coming up again. How are you interpreting that, and what does it say, I suppose, when it comes to the gap between policy and delivery?
Yeah, so I think the gap is the lived experience. So the people that we engage with, they are sitting and living in the world where these implementations haven't happened, right? So if we were to take maybe one of the policies that we're thinking about of digital inclusion as an example, and think about the kind of gap that creates. If you just take it even from an individual level, what it creates is the lack of access for businesses, for individuals, for students who are not able to access the things that they need to access. And the higher you keep taking what that implies, you end up with a country that is unable to grow because there simply isn't the tools for businesses to be able to access the information that they need to be able to grow. So it does give very much the picture that we're seeing in the country where we've had an environment that hasn't been able to grow for quite some time. And when you take it even higher, I guess, in terms of the rest of the world, global growth is very much an issue that we are constantly talking about in terms of trying to figure out where the sources of growth are going to come from, the regions, the actual work that needs to be done in order to realize growth. So, the problem is manifold, but what it means is that there's a lot of unrealized potential. And it's not just an individual problem that we're trying to solve. It's not a regional problem. It's all of our problem, because as much as it starts out with just a student who's not able to access information in order to be able to, comply with their coursework and be able to get as much information as everyone else, the implications are just so much higher for everyone, especially when you consider the rest of these policies that we're thinking about. So, when I look at some of the biggest problems that we're grappling with now, is precisely because of that, right?
Yeah. Lucy, let me come to you here. From a business perspective, and from where you stand and the conversations you've had, and also, I suppose, some of the material you go through, what are some of the reasons some of the most well-crafted proposals failed to translate into action, from your perspective?
So probably maybe before I go to that general question, I think as far as the B20 recommendations are concerned, I really think that Krutham put it best when they said that a lot of the proposals that get put in place are multi-year proposals, that you need more than 1 year to actually implement them. So because they are big ticket items, because the contexts of different countries, are different. Digital inclusion, for instance, Europe might not be sitting with that, but Africa is sitting with that. So you find that it might have been achieved in certain parts of the world, but we're still struggling with it, probably maybe as the global south or as the African continent or whatever the case may be. So I think there is that to take into account. But I really think that from a broad perspective, if you're not going to have a clear implementation plan, if you are not going to have roles and responsibilities assigned, if you're not going to be clear in terms of who's accountable for what, if you're not going to have the basic SMART principles, in terms of the implementation and the intervention, is going to have to be specific, it's going to have to be measurable, it's going to have to be, achievable and all of that. If you're not going to have that in place, then you definitely are not going to be able to achieve implementation. Because I really think that it's all good and well to have these well-crafted recommendations as these very high-level policy issues that we'd actually like to tackle. But how do you actually get it down on the ground, in terms of how you're actually going to implement it? How are we going to achieve digital inclusion as South Africa, as the continent? Who's going to do what? When we hand over the baton to America on the 1st of December 2025, what happens in as far as that is concerned? And there are obviously 30 recommendations. We have to agree as South Africa in terms of the 30 recommendations. Which ones are we going to be focusing on? Which ones are important for the South African economy, for the African economy, for the broader global South? Which ones do we think are best to champion, from our context? And again, once all this is said and done, who does what? Who monitors it? Who's going to be held accountable? Are there going to be platforms like these where we're actually going to ask the questions of this is what you promised, when you handed these over to G20 on the 1st of December or whatever the date is, and what has been done so far? So I really think that follow-through is going to be important as well.
I want to bring in Gafara on the accountability part, but before I get to him, I want to take it back to you, Busi, because one of the themes that came out of the report was, it spoke about when they were doing the stakeholder interviews, the role of trust became quite important. It came to the fore, and that was trust between business, government, as well as civil society. How would you rate that trust right now from a business perspective? And I suppose, how do we begin building it?
I think probably maybe you're going to have to look at it from the perspective of what are you trying to drive? If I were to pick probably maybe, I don't know, NHI as a topic, the trust is for that one particular policy proposal, probably maybe the trust might be an issue. But when you look at the big ticket items, because it's interesting, we normally focus on what we don't agree on versus on what we agree on, because there is a lot that we agree on from a business, government, civil society perspective. We agree that unemployment is the Achilles heel of this country. We agree that the 65% youth unemployment is unsustainable. We agree that we need reforms to ensure that we can attain a conducive environment. We agree that we need foreign direct investment in this country, and we need to pull out all stops to ensure that we can get the foreign direct investment. We agree that we need a capable state. We agree that the issues of corruption and crime actually need to be dealt with. So I really think that is probably maybe an issue of, can we be deliberate about what we work together on and what we agree on and what we focus on, because you'll find that there's more that we agree on than that which we don't agree on, especially when it comes to the issues of South Africa Inc., are concerned. And when you look at it, I think in the entire balance of items, the issues that we agree on are more than that which we don't agree on. And if we can get that which we agree on right, then you have an opportunity to actually shift the dial. You have an opportunity to turn the economic trajectory around. You have the opportunity to grow the economy. You have the opportunity to actually address the issues that we needed to address to make sure that South Africa is the gateway to the African continent again.
Gafara, as I mentioned in the beginning, the title of this topic is Moving Beyond the Report, and it talks about ensuring meaningful implementation through cross-sector accountability. Now, cross-sector accountability sounds like a big theme, and it comes back to what I was asking Busi around the issues of trust. From your perspective, what's working, what's not when it comes to that trust aspect around, government, business, as well as civil society?
Thank you very much, and privileged to talk to this audience as well as those that are online. I think let me first give the context, because from a Sanlam Alliance, we operate on the rest of the continent, but similar issues also to South Africa. There's always the great opportunity that is talked about. Great opportunity when you look at the mineral resources, great opportunity when you look at the beautiful, beautiful landscapes and the features that we have on the African continent, and then this youthful, energetic population that relative to the rest of the other continents, they don't have, and we have that. So that is, first of all, the starting point to say we are in a much more privileged position than the rest of the world. However, it comes down to, but if we have all of those things going for us, why don't we get it right? And it then comes to those trust issues, accountability issues. For us, this B20 conversations, it's a start of a great thing, because one, it has brought on the table private sector as well as governments. And when you're looking at the issues, that element of trust in the discussions, everybody can clearly see that the common goal is to ensure that all our economies do better. And we know that we can do better. It's not about profit taking. It's about improving the society. So it's the greatest thing I believe that has happened so far. It's having that conversation around the table and not seeing the egos that this is private sector, you're just here for profit, but government also buying into it. And also on our side, understanding the challenges that governments do go through. It's not that they just want to be difficult, but we really need to be in their shoes and say, what are the issues that they grapple with? So it's created a great platform. Coming to December, it's not the end of it. Also trust. I think one of the great things that I need to give credit to DIRCO in this process is that this has not been a South Africa G20. It's been an Africa G20, and that is brilliant because there's also the element of trust between countries where they feel you're just doing it for your benefit and not for the benefit of our people. But this process has been inclusive. Now comes the difficult part, which is the accountability now. We can talk and dream all day, but when nothing happens, I think it's the responsibility, we take it on ourselves as private sector. There's a huge responsibility on us to make sure that this great environment that has been created, we follow it through with practical, implementable actions, like everybody has said, where we have clear goals. We are not going to achieve everything. Let's not lie to ourselves. But if we could say that out of the 10 things that we want to achieve, if we could just start with 3, that would be a very good starting point, that collectively there's that pride that we show that we as Africans can do it by ourselves.
Cass, before I shift gears on the conversation a little bit, how are you viewing the trust element here, building on what Busi and Gafar have said?
Look, if I have to look at, during the course of this year, what the relationship between the B20 and the G20 has been, it's been a very good relationship. Okay, so we met the ministers of trade and industry, treasury, DIRCO, and in the presidency in November last year, and we agreed that business will run with the B20, with Busa as the host and BLSA, and government will run with the G20. And we were quite clear right from the beginning of the B20 that we wanted to keep government appraised of the policy discussions as they happen in the B20. So that if there's anything that stands out that's going totally left field from what government is discussing, we can pick those up as we're going, so that when we hand over the recommendations, as we did in September, that government is not getting any surprises. So, and then we've had side events at most ministerials, and we still continue to have that until the end of this month. So we worked very well together. And when we handed over the recommendations, and I had a chat with Minister Lamola after that, he was quite clear that the B20 recommendations substantially talk also to our government's thinking on the G20 side, and that there's very, very good possibilities of bringing those together and looking at how much we can get into the communique. So that's gone very well, and what we've tried to do now since we handed over the recommendations is to also touch base with other G20 governments in the lobbying and advocacy part. So I think that the trust has been good. I think that the working together has been good. And I think that the trick now is how do we use all of this to actually continue working together between business and government. And one of the underlying themes that has come up from the B20 are appropriate and constructive public-private partnerships. And without that, we can't do it. So we need to carry this forward into the work we continue to do with our government.
I mentioned that I want to shift the gears here a little bit when it comes to the conversation, and what Ghaffar mentioned is actually a nice segue into the next part of the discussion. And Ghaffar mentioned that, I mean, obviously you were giving credit to DIRCO in the way that they've handled it, that, you know, the G20, B20 is not necessarily obviously about South Africa, but it's mostly, you know, continental, and we're getting more voices in. Yeah. And I want to talk about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement as well as Agenda 2063. How do the B20 recommendations align with the existing framework, and how do we make sure that they align here? So let's pick up with you, Ghaffar, and then we'll get Cass's point.
Yeah. Look, they align, and the message for me is that at least there is more wood on the fire, that after the free continental trade was agreed, it wasn't just put on the side. The B20 and everything else is adding on to that impetus already that is there. Again, it's a very good platform. It comes back to us as the private sector. How do we make sure that we don't lose this opportunity? Because in the past, to try and sit together on the table, it has been quite a challenge. Issues of mistrust and misaligned priorities. What these frameworks are bringing is the common goal, and you start having a common objective, and we need to leverage on that, because that opportunity will not exist for long. There will be challenges, other issues that will come along the way, and if we don't utilize this opportunity that well, we will lose that.
Cass, your thoughts?
Yeah, no, we've taken the view in the B20 that the African Continental Free Trade Area, Agenda 2063 and others, are tools that can be used and brought up to scale through the B20 recommendations. So for instance, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement was a co-chair on the Trade and Investment Task Force. And we think that these are instruments that have great potential and haven't even begun reaching that potential yet. And that the B20 discussions and the recommendations that have come out should be using these mechanisms as tools to implement those recommendations, and at the same time building the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and other instruments through real implementation coming out of those recommendations. So I think the two are complementary, and we need to ensure that we use the B20 recommendations to use them as tools to implement, but in that implementation to build these agendas that we have.
Then we come to you, ladies, Lorraine and Busi. I'm curious here, what is the private sector's expectations of African governments when it comes to, aligning policy with business growth under the African Free Trade Agreement? What are you hearing on the ground as you engage throughout this entire process? Let's start with you, Busi.
So there is a lot of focus in as far as that is concerned, and I think, as Kes said, it's interesting that this has been picked up by the B20 as well. And remember, in the B20, we've got business leaders sitting there. So that is an agenda that business in the country, business in the continent, has actually decided to take to this platform, for the acceleration of its implementation. And the Trade and Investment Task Force has, as a recommendation, the acceleration of the African integration. And when you look at what that recommendation is, it talks about how we actually mobilize the entire global economy to help with the fast tracking of the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. There is power in that. There is power in that because therein lies the $3.4 trillion market that can actually be tapped, which is currently not being tapped. There is power in Africa doing more in terms of intra-African trade that is currently not happening. You know, when you look at intra-Europe trade, it's about 70%. Intra-African trade is only 20%. Now, the interest of the global economy in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and in the intra-African trade is precisely because they realize that Africa is the continent of the future. Africa is growing at a faster pace than any other continent in the world at the moment. In 2050, 2.7 billion people are going to be coming from the African continent. We'll be exporting labor to the rest of the world. So if investors and funding and capital are looking for where to land, it makes sense that they are going to be landing in the African continent. So they've got a vested interest, therefore, to say if this is our investment continent of the future, our investment market of the future, what is it that we actually need to do, you know, in the meantime to ensure that Africa rises and Africa can work? But it's also interesting because there is an interconnectedness as well. It's not only from a trade and investment perspective, but when you look at what are the conversations that are being held in the infrastructure and finance trade workstream,
Finance and infrastructure.
Finance and infrastructure workforce, they're also talking about how do we mobilize the multilateral funds to change their mandates to make it easy for Africa to can actually access those funds. Make it easy for Africa to access those funds so that we can deal with the infrastructure issues, you know, in the continent. Because it's one thing to talk about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and free trade area if you don't have the right infrastructure to can actually move goods between the 54 countries in the continent. It's going to be a worthwhile exercise. It's not going to be a worthwhile exercise. So we are therefore moving the entire global economy, you know, and the funds that exist in these multilateral institutions to say how can Africa be supported. So I think there is definitely that alignment and there is a keen interest.
Lorraine, let's get your thoughts, and perhaps, I think Busi almost read my mind here because the next part I was going to talk about was blended finance. Yes. So let's talk about your thoughts exactly when it comes to aligning the business policy for growth, but then also how mobilizing blended finance and obviously access to capital can help us deal with some of those key themes that we touched on in the beginning of our discussion.
Yeah. So I was part of the Finance and Infrastructure Task Force, yeah. And that's precisely the conversation that we're having. So a lot of the gaps that Busi was talking about is there's almost a missing middle between where the private sector sits and where government sits, right? And I think that it's such a so what the engagements that have happened in the task forces has been a really deep conversation, especially from a B20, you know, from a business perspective, has been a really providing deep insights around how do we close this gap. That's really what the conversation was about. So it was about, if in our task force specifically, it was more, you know, focusing on the fact that there is an investor base that is potentially really looking to invest, for instance, in infrastructure projects, but they're not able to, because when you think about the funnel of investment opportunities, the private sector will play in that funnel a bit lower down. So there's a lot of work that needs to happen up there, and that's part of where the government will play. So part of the conversations was really giving a lot more detail about how do we make sure that everything is coming further down the line? How do we make sure that you are doing enough, and what exactly do you need to do? How do you, for instance, make sure that if investor assets are only looking to look at de-risked products, and they don't necessarily want to look at very early stage projects. So it's important that government understands that the role that they play is important in making sure that this funnel is one that remains active. So, that's essentially that blended finance conversation that says that this funnel needs different people to play at different levels. And it's important that we all understand our role in order to make sure that this full ecosystem is working. So, it's, that's what I think is important, is that we need to hold each other accountable in terms of this ecosystem where we have given so much information to say that these are the roles that need to be played by each of these parties. So development finance is very important. If you look at the demand that is sitting in this funnel that I've explained further down the line, development finance needs to play higher up in the funnel and make sure that they are making sure that things are happening in order for that stimulation to serve. So it's quite an important allocation of responsibilities that needs to happen, so that in terms of when we're talking about what happens next, there's a very clear roles and responsibilities of the roles that we each need to play. And we've also talked about, there was a conversation earlier about trust. We've also talked about, because I think in a, I guess, less emotional view of what the lack of trust is that there's an understanding that there are stakeholders with very different objectives that are sitting in part of this ecosystem, and they are not trusting that the scenarios that they want to play out will play out. There's a high probability that they won't. So how do we make sure that we are hedging the risks that the stakeholders are identifying? So that's really quite important for us to acknowledge in these conversations in order to make sure that the implementation is happening in the way that we need it to happen.
Gafar, let me come to you here, because I'm sure as the audience members go through the report, they've got it in front of them, it was sent on the platform, they will see that you've co-authored a note in the report, and one of the aspects of the note that you talk about is you see AFTA as a growth engine. And if I'm not mistaken here, I think Sanlam Alliance operates in 26 African countries, am I correct?
You are correct.
Okay, 26 African countries. So what are you seeing on the ground when it comes to cross-border investment, but also the readiness and the integration, especially when we talk about the challenges that we've touched on here?
Thank you. So I assumed you know about Sanlam Alliance. In just 1 minute, I have to utilize that marketing space. Free. So we are in 26 African countries across the regions of the African continent. We have been operating in the continent for more than 30 years and do have the backing of very, very strong shareholders in Sanlam, more than 100 years, a global player, Alliance, also backing us up. What we see on the ground, the first thing is that each country is unique. Africa is not one continent. That's the first thing, that you can't have one solution that offers solves there. The intertrade between the countries, and the point that was made, if you look at the trade that is done between Africa and the rest of the world, and Africa between itself, the intertrade between Africa is very, very low. But the issues really come down to infrastructure. Because if you try and look at the road network, even the flight network, just trying to fly and connect within the continent, it's very, very difficult. Again, those issues cannot be solved in isolation. You need all parties. Now, what we are observing is that even the governments realize, especially with the Continental Free Trade Agreement, that there's a need to come to the table and look at these opportunities. One of the presenters, we had a conference yesterday and was analyzing in terms of the value that is currently lost just at the borders. So that if we reduced the time that the clearing of goods happens at the borders between countries just by 50%, the amount of value that will be created out of that was a value that was very significant. It's those things that, even if your interests are different, when it's shown and it shows the value that you can get by collaborating with each other, it's easier conversation. So we're observing that governments are very, very willing to talk with each other, obviously maintaining their sovereignty, but there's a willingness that we have to increase the value of trade that happens between the countries.
Lorraine, I want to go back to you. If I'm not mistaken, it was the Trade and Infrastructure Task Force that you...
So trade and investment, were you part of
Trade and investment? No, I wasn't.
Oh, there's trade and investment, and then there's finance and infrastructure. So we look at how to get funds into infrastructure projects.
Right. So one of the lines that stood out to me in the note that Gafar had co-authored, and I'm going to read it to you here. It says, Africa's infrastructure gap costs 2% in lost GDP annually. And I'm curious here, in the discussions you're having within that task force, as you'll talk about the funnel, to borrow from you here, what innovative financing models seem to be working in trying to deal with that infrastructure issue?
So number one, there's a very stark reality that I found out when I joined the task force. Number one, I feel like I need to mention, and I feel like it's not really related to your question.
Yes, okay, let's go with it.
But so one of the biggest problems is that there's a very big drop-off of these projects, right? Because of the lack of support of these projects. So what happens is that in terms of the initial projects that we start out with and what eventually gets funded, there's a 90% drop-off in terms of what you're seeing there. So, you know, in terms of solving for the problems that we're trying, and that's a specific issue to the African continent. So the conversation about the finance is important, but it's also important that we make sure that the drop-off is not happening so that there's more to finance, right? But the conversation around the finance is about understanding who plays the role at the different at the different parts of the funnel. But what's also quite important is to understand the tools that we use in order to make the decision around how to finance, because some of these tools are not conducive for the environment that we're using them in when you consider the African continent. So it's about evaluating all of these limiting things that we use. It's about, are we looking at risk in an unfair way in the African continent? What is the likelihood, the actual likelihood of a project defaulting on the African continent if it's sitting in a country that has a very bad rating? Because that's part of the assessments that are used in order to influence what will end up getting financed. So it's important to look at across the board to make sure that you look at how decisions are made and you think about if there's a decision that needs to be done and there's a project team that's sitting and trying to create a project together, how do we better support the project to make sure that by the time that they're done, they are able to actually stand a chance of being financed when this assessment is done. So it's about looking at all of the different decisions that happen during a financing of a project and making sure that we're evaluating whether these projects are actually optimal for the environment that they're in. And that's really was the focus, to make sure that by the time that that decision is getting made, it's being made in a fair way. You are making it and you're actually assessing this project as it is, rather than the tools that are actually being used that are saying this project is far riskier than what it needs to be. And then obviously making sure that you are giving these projects a chance to be able to get access to these different tools that we use for funding, whether it's development finance or it's investor funds that we're using from a fund. It's about making sure that you assess that entire chain and you give the likelihood of success for these projects so that that drop-off, that is 90%, is not happening. Because to your earlier question around what this means for client experience is, without infrastructure, like when I looked at the reason why this for me was so stark is because of the realization of how important infrastructure is for any of these things that we're talking about, right? Because we're talking about dams, we're talking about roads. It just makes inclusivity such a harder thing to achieve if we don't get this right. So it was quite important then to look at it in a very holistic way around the factors that are contributing.
Cass, when it comes to cross-sector alignment, it sounds so much easier said than done. What are the structures or mechanisms that we need to institutionalize in order to get that accountability which we spoke about, but also a shared ownership?
I think that we, and again, let me speak from the B20 experience. What the B20 experience has certainly taught me, and some of us working on it, is that to a certain extent we look very internally in South Africa, and I guess other countries do. And what we've learned through the B20 process is that when we look at different sectors across the G20 countries, there are many problems that are similar. And if you begin to identify similar issues that need addressing by sectors, and sectors recognize that those issues also impact on other sectors, and those sectors need to come together to actually find solutions to those issues, then I think the whole issue about cross-sector coordination and collaboration become more real and becomes more concrete. So I think that what we need to do to enable these cross-sector institutions to develop and to actually really begin to collaborate is to have a more holistic approach toward economic development and economic growth. Yeah. And we, the B20 has been absolutely clear that inclusive growth is at the center of everything we need to do. And inclusive growth needs to understand how global economics works currently, how globalization works currently, and that the interaction between sectors and each sector that needs to interact with each other, doing well in itself and then collaborating to achieve a holistic outcome for economic growth is important. And I think it's those sorts of discussions that we need to have. I think we need to take the experiences of the B20 and leverage of that into South Africa as well, and see how we then begin to ensure that there's sectoral cross-pollination between.
Busi, when you think of accountability frameworks in order to ensure delivery, how do we measure impact and what metrics matter from a business perspective?
So, number one, in terms of how we are going to institutionalize some of the work that is being done in the B20, you have BUSA as the entity that is actually the B20 host, with BLSA obviously co-hosting alongside BUSA. So it makes sense that you actually would want to house whatever recommendations and whatever legacy initiatives that we're going to agree upon as a country within an institution. Because when you put it within an institution, then at least you know who you actually are holding accountable. And I think from a BUSA perspective, we'll therefore ensure that we put interventions in place and we put systems in place that will ensure delivery. We have the Local Business Advisory Council, which is a group of CEOs, South African CEOs, who are currently sitting in the engine room. These are the guys that we refer the work that we're doing on the B20 front to, to obviously test whether some of the issues that we're taking on and how we're actually going about executing make sense. These are the guys that are going to be at the forefront of advocating for the policy recommendations that have actually been put in place. You also have the task force chairpersons, which are South African CEOs. So that is the intelligence that is going to remain in the country long after the B20 is gone. So we are going to ensure that we actually continue to tap, on Lorraine and them, having been part of this process, to ensure that they can help, with the successful delivery of some of these things. So I really think that those systems being put in place, the institutionalization of these policy recommendations and whatever it is that we actually want to take forward, having a home, in the form of BUSA and BLSA is going to ensure delivery, and it's going to ensure that we can actually move them along, as it were.
Okay, so we've got under 15 minutes left for this panel discussion. Just a reminder that if you have any questions, you can post them online. Just waiting through for some of the questions to come through. But in the meantime, I'm going to pause my questions for a little bit just to get a sense of the room, whether there are any questions so far, and then we'll try and get a roving mic to you. So we've got a question over here. Yes, you can ask your question.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. My name is Shadi Jauke, and I'm the Group Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Executive from Sanlam. And I'm very excited, actually, to hear at the highest level through you, Busi, as the CEO of BLSA, and also through CAS, that the policy recommendations do not have to end with the leadership summit that's happening in November, and that we need to ensure that we actually continue this work despite whether any of our policy recommendations get adopted or not. And so the mechanism of doing that, as you've just said now, is through the platform of BUSA as well as BLSA. And my question is, we've seen a lot of strides being made in the partnership that we have with government through B4SA. And all the policy recommendations that we're making need us to work hand in hand with government. And so mine is to really ask whether perhaps it's a consideration that we should put this to the presidency, because this partnership that we have between B4SA and government, where we've got the 4 work streams of crime and corruption, of logistics, employment, etc. If we could perhaps look to incorporate the outcomes of these policy recommendations from the B20 into this business-government partnership effort, so that the work actually does continue. Maybe that's something as a consideration in terms of the mechanisms that we can put in place to make this work continue beyond this year.
Your thoughts, Mr.?
Yeah. Look, when you look at the policy recommendation so as I said, Shadi, there's 30 of these recommendations. We're not going to try and chase after all of them. We're actually going to be very strategic and pick 1 or 2 that are actually going to be important for the South African context. I think there is power in focusing. When you look at the Business for South Africa initiative that we're talking about, we chose 3 things that we actually wanted to drive and focus on. And it's amazing to think that in 2023, out of the 365 days in a year, we sat with load shedding for 283 of those days. And 2 years later, you don't have load shedding. That is the power of focusing. That is the power of business-government partnership. So when I look at the recommendation, for instance, around closing the digital connectivity gap, you have an Operation Vulindlela that is already focusing on digital inclusion. And I think this is obviously something we'll have to discuss from a BUSA perspective, but it would make sense to say, how do we actually align, probably maybe, with an Operation Vulindlela in terms of the work that they are doing? There are policies that need to be put in place, and probably maybe amendments to current policies that will ensure that the implementation of this digital inclusion is actually made easy. So if we can then look at what they are doing and how we can actually interface the work that we're actually going to be doing from a business perspective to ensure that we can actually deliver on those. So those are all things, once we have decided which recommendations we're going to carry forward, this is the work that is then going to be sitting, within BUSA. And the president of BUSA actually and I were having this conversation the other day, and is very passionate about that, to say that this thing can't just come and go when South Africa remains as is. There's really going to have to be an impact that is left on the ground in terms of how we're going to take this forward. So there's definitely that conversations that are being held, Shadi. So we'll know for sure what we're going to do, when all of this is said and done, and when there's been an agreement in terms of what we're going to take forward.
All right. Is there another question? While we get a mic over to you, there is a question that has come through online, and I'm not sure who of the audience members wants to take this one. It comes from Theo, and he asks, is the panel referring to the African philosophy of Ubuntu? In other words, implementing a multi-sectoral collaborative development approach? Who wants to take that one? Gafari, you've got a smile on your face. Do you want to take that?
I'm smiling because I don't have an answer, but I would take it. Yeah. So the multi-sectoral collaboration it really saying, yes, there are sectoral issues. You take education as an example or digital as an example. It's a specific sector. However, for that to be a success, you need to collaborate with other sectors. So just those two examples that I've given, education and digital, you start seeing that there are linkages. Because for us to accelerate in terms of educating our youngsters, digital plays a very significant role, and therefore there is that need to collaborate between that. And also collaboration between, even within the private sector, different entities. As you can't just say this is our IP, we can't talk with other people, but collaborating, because the success of the economy is the success of the private sector, and that's where that collaboration comes in.
Right. So you had a question.
Thank you. It's Bongani Kulu from Beyond Capital. I think my question is around political handover. I mean, I think I appreciate what you've just said now around focus, because I think that's going to be required, particularly with the US taking over next year. I mean, there's a big shift from multilateralism to bilateralism with the US, and ultimately, I mean, they're not willing to have certain conversation in big stages, right? So I think my question is, given this and the US's sort of reduced climate commitments that we're seeing, what should be South Africa's position when it comes to the selected B20 outcomes? And ultimately, how do we safeguard those from being sidelined when the US takes over? And I think, I mean, earlier on, there's a speaker that actually said a lot of South Africa's sort of recommendations and what we're focusing on, it's the African voice, which also then is similar to the global South. But I mean, I think the worries that we probably all have going into next year's presidency is that great divide between the global South and the global North, and that those divisions might actually get wider. How do we prevent for that, and how do we implement this side of the year so that we get traction this side of the year, and next year there is buy-in across the whole sort of G20 membership?
Busi, maybe we can split this one between yourself and Cass in terms of response. Cass, do you want to go?
Okay, so let me give it a go. So it is a difficult situation we are in. And I think that we, on the one hand, we need to work with American business through the US Chamber of Commerce to enable them to maintain as much of the B20 recommendations as possible, given that administration's position. But on the other hand, if our focus is to actually maintain the B20 as it is and not whittle it down, not do climate change and a whole lot of other stuff that the American administration might not be happy with, is that we need to look beyond the US. And I think that once the 2027 host is identified, I think we should be talking, even at the B20 South Africa now, we should be talking to the 2027 host as well as the US Chamber of Commerce and saying that if in 2026 the signs are there that some things are going to be diluted, the US Chamber, together perhaps with us and Brazil, be talking to the 2027 host and say, how are you going to actually preserve this in 2027? And how are you going to build on this despite what happens in the US? So I think that we need to have that sort of an approach, simply because of the situation we are in. Otherwise, there is a danger, because there's talk that the US administration wants to reduce the G20 to what it used to be, a finance thing. And if that happens, then it might have an impact on the B20 as well. So I think that we do need to look at, have a 2 or 3 year horizon beyond us to see how we actually preserve as much of the B20 as we can.
Busi, do you want to add in here?
No.
Lorraine, there's a question that's come in here, and I think it ties to what we were talking a little bit about, some of the aspects you deal with in your realm. This question says, what role can philanthropy play in bridging the critical funding gaps across the investment funnel, and where do you see the greatest leverage points?
Philanthropy. Oh, that's an interesting one. Because I think the problem with trying to steer philanthropy is that doesn't behave in the same way. I'm a scientist, so I'm struggling with this one because it's such it's so volatile in nature in terms of how it moves. But I think the thing that is important is that we're highlighting the gaps. So actually, I think it is about making sure that there is a good understanding of where the gaps are, because that's what philanthropy usually seeks to address, is to say that I have these outcomes that I would like to see, and I think that with us having highlighted the gaps, it's important for us to surface those gaps so that philanthropy can find them, because it's like I said, it doesn't always have a cause. It's just about saying I'm trying to get better outcomes. So I think highlighting those and making sure that we're matching to philanthropy. I'm actually already thinking maybe, Kaz, one of the ideas we can suggest is what is it, a P20, philanthropy 20.
Yeah.
There's a lot of engagement groups, and I hadn't considered philanthropy, but I think it's a valid question that probably B20 or G20 should engage with a bit more.
Yeah, so if I could just add, when I was in the US a couple of weeks ago, one of the things I spoke at, there's an organization called WINGS, which coordinates all the major philanthropies in the world, including some of the big ones, Gates and Amazon, Anglo-American is involved and so on. And what's become quite clear is that philanthropies are beginning to see that they need to work much more closely with the private sector, because they are beginning to actually see that if they can play a role in working with the private sector to address some of the funding challenges, they are better able to actually have an impact on the role they've been traditionally playing. Yeah. So they see a role for themselves in some of the more systemic issues that the private sector tries to deal with. And the sort of one of the things I said there was that if we're looking at a project, let's say on the continent, be it an infrastructure project or whatever, and if major philanthropies are beginning to think along these lines, let's include them in those discussions. And let's put together a funding model that says, well, this is what the private sector can come to the table with. This is what philanthropies can come to the table with, and so on. And if we're talking about broadly blended finance, let's have that sort of an approach, because they're quite keen on doing that at the moment. Yeah. And there's a lot of money there. And there's a lot of willingness as well.
We've got less than a minute, and I'm going to wrap up this conversation. But as we put a bow on the discussion that we've just had for the past hour, what does meaningful implementation look like for you in 30 seconds or less? Let's start off with you, and then we'll go to Lorraine, Gaffer, and so on. We see what does meaningful implementation look like?
So meaningful implementation would mean focus. As I said, let's choose what we actually want to focus on. But I really think that it's going to be powerful for us to shift our focus from discussion to delivery, from talking to execution, shift the culture from conversation to execution. Because I really think that there is a lot that we actually talk about, but very little, that we actually implement. So I think there's going to have to be that implementing culture and putting systems in place that will force us, to actually execute.
Lorraine?
If we take the contribution of that Africa makes to global growth from 3% to a meaningful number that's aligned to our size, that would be meaningful.
Gafar?
Totally agree. In addition, alignment of goals definition when we say we want an educated, informed workforce for the future needs, clearly defining what that means.
Cass?
So I think focus is absolutely critical, and we've got to get right effective and appropriate public-private partnerships to work together. And from a B20 perspective, to me, the most meaningful implementation is if we get together a mechanism to track implementation and impact.
On that note, we've reached the end of this discussion. Thank you to my panelists, of course, Cass Kafaria, Gafar Hassam, Lorraine McCoy, as well as Busi Mavuso, and of course, those of you who were sending through your questions, thank you so much. Over to you, Andile.
Thank you very much. Applause, you guys. Please come up this way if you don't mind. Right. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thanks to the scientists as well. Self-proclaimed scientist. We are now launching the P20. You can make your way, ladies and gentlemen, as we move to the next panel. Our second panel is on turning insight into impact, how business can champion implementation, which is really the core of the research this year. How are we going to turn all of this great talk, all these great ideas into action? And our next moderator is absolutely qualified to handle this one. She's one of South Africa's most dynamic and respected journalists, Iman Rapeti, multi-award-winning broadcaster, nearly 30 years of experience across newsrooms from Johannesburg to Tehran. She's currently the host of the country's #1 morning news show, AM Report on Newsroom. Now, Iman has earned accolades across radio, TV, and podcasting. She's authored two books and works globally with Duke Corporate Education, helping leaders communicate with clarity, courage, and impact. Over to you, Iman.
I'm used to louder applause, but it's okay. I know this is a corporate gathering. I'm just kidding. I am so excited to be here, Andile, and thank you very much. I can't even fault Andile for that introduction because he asked me to send the bio over, so I wrote that. And I think everyone on the stage has got an award of some kind. So this is quite a formidable panel, I think. Police, you don't look doubtful. I'm sure you've got something in the cabinet there. Okay, it's an important one that we're talking about here, and it's something I'm personally really passionate about. I've been to a lot of events like these. We see a lot of reports being released. The most important thing is what happens after, what happens 24 months after, what happens 5 years later. Of course, things will be updated, but you really want to see action take hold. So I'm really excited by everything that Nicole shared with us this morning, and also everything that we've just heard in the panel that preceded ours. Because I'm thinking about what Ben Franklin said. He said, well done is better than well said. So I'm hoping that we're going to get some real insight from all of you on the panel on things that can be done beyond things that can be said. So now it's my turn to give you an amazing welcome and a proper introduction. He is a true titan of industry. From software engineer, you know that ChatGPT wrote this, right? But from software engineer to investment banker and later a pioneering force in mining, he shaped South Africa's business landscape as president of Business Unity South Africa. He continues to drive vision and impact. Please welcome Mxolisi Mgojo. She's in my master's class. We're back at varsity. But also one of South Africa's sharpest political minds, senior political correspondent at Business Day, award-winning journalist, and a trusted voice on the country's policy, politics, and markets. Please welcome Thando Maeko. Our next speaker needs no introduction, but leading one of Africa's biggest financial services groups. Our next panelist is the Group CEO of Sanlam, a global leader with decades of experience across markets from South Africa to the UK, also chairing the Sanlam Foundation Trust and the B20 Education and Employment Task Force. Please welcome Paul Hanratty. And our final panelist is a leading voice in sustainability and business transformation As CEO of the National Business Initiative and former Chief Sustainability Officer at the JSE, she has herself pioneered work on climate change, sustainable finance and governance, also an award-winning leader and global influencer in ESG, Shamila Subramani. So a warm welcome to you as well. All right, so what I love about today is that everything just kind of weaves into the other. And I think that a lot of the answers in the panelists from the previous panel could be on this panel, because they were talking about implementation as well. So Kolisi, as the president of Business Unity South Africa and the co-chair of B20 South Africa, you've got tons and tons of experience. So I think when we think about technology, investment banking, and mining, and so on, you give us that wonderful insight from policy to on-the-ground action, particularly on the African continent. And one of the things you're passionate about is that Africa has to transition from this constant adjective that's used to describe us, a continent of potential, to one where we can actually measure action. So what specific quantitative performance indicators are you committing to after everything that we've heard and everything that's been presented in terms of monitoring and publicly reporting on to track the success of how we continue to reconstruct relationships between business, government, and other stakeholders in the space, so that these recommendations don't die on a shelf, but really translate into proper implementation?
Thank you very much for highlighting this point again, because it's a point which right at the beginning, when we were sitting down with the chairs, was how are we going to make sure that we come up with actionable recommendations that we can track. And therefore, as an outright principle, was that we had to actually ensure that all the recommendations had KPIs. And in that, we also had to ask ourselves a really critical question, which I think has also touched on, is what happens beyond November? And so how do we create mechanisms to actually ensure that the work that is being done now and the work that was done in Brazil, which was very important for us to say we need to still continue with that recommendation, but maybe the geopolitical environment is such that we may need to augment it a little bit to fit the current realities of today for tomorrow. So these are the things that we are still really wrestling with, even with the conversation that we are beginning to have, even on the government side. Because one of the key themes that came out of this particular B20, right across a number of themes, was the whole issue, for instance, as an example, critical minerals. So what does that mean, critical minerals for the country, critical minerals for the continent? And therefore, what becomes our agenda post-November on how we and government are going to have to work together with the ministry to say that critical minerals is strategic for the country, and there are recommendations that are already been put forward, and we have started, by the way, engaging around those recommendations on the G20 critical minerals framework that the G20 presidency is working on. So we're already aligning that, and that's for the post-20. So everything has got to be about what happens after. It doesn't matter about anything else but what happens after November and how we actually continue monitoring, executing, and also aligning that with our other counterparts into the rest of the continent, because the Africa Free Trade becomes the right critical platform to actually consolidate our efforts in terms of the critical recommendations, whether it be around infrastructure, but how we actually implement it.
Well, I can tell you, I for one am dying to see that, because We keep talking about a future in which everything ties up together in the way that infrastructure networks, for example, work. Because if we think about copper that is mined in Zambia, refined in South Africa, the cables that are made in Kenya and then sold in Nigeria, that almost seems like a unicorn that's way too far in the distance, because we're still in a context where we're exporting our raw materials and we're importing beneficiated products. So hopefully we can pick up on that thread again and see whether what you're saying about creating continuity and longevity can become a reality where we see the scenario that I've just described a few moments ago. Paul, I want to bring you in next. And this is why I dive straight in, because I know that we often start with kind of teaser questions, but I really feel like we really need to get to the business end of things. So South African corporates on a historic and a daily basis are being encouraged to move beyond passive endorsement and lip service and to really take active ownership of implementation. You're a large financial services group, you know this well. You see, and you've said this before, the B20 engagement as a strategic business imperative. But what does taking active ownership look like in practice? And we can pick out just one of the things you're passionate about: investment in green and digital skills. The digital divide has been talked about endlessly as well, as a missing link and an opportunity.
Yeah, I think it depends on each individual business. So I don't think that you can actually say there's a recipe book for business. I think each business needs to look at its own particular situation and figure out what it means in their context. If I talk about our world, we obviously look after the nation's savings, and we're a big pool of investment. So a lot of what we think about is where can we invest to make a difference and to deal with some of these issues. And then if you think about the digital question you asked. The one thing about Africa, and actually when you see a map of it, actually truthfully, most of our population lives around the edges of it. There's this vast space in the middle, and we know it's it's an enormous geographic landmass. And there are lots of physical barriers. So Buzi talked earlier about the low trade on the continent, but there's a reason for that. It's not because we just don't want to trade with each other. There are lots of very practical reasons. Obviously, communications and technology help us to overcome some of that. So I think what we're discovering in our world is that there are new ways now of reaching people that previously we either couldn't reach at all, or the economics of reaching them would have been absolutely untenable. And if you even think of payment systems now that are mobile, this is actually absolutely game changing.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting. In fact, if you look at the impact of technology and finance, it's actually around the equator of the world that most of it is taking place. And it's actually because necessity is the mother of invention. So we're having to use some of these things to overcome some of the natural barriers. So in our world, we think about how do we reach more customers? How do we bring people in using technology? And the whole point about technology, actually, it makes it easier for people. You don't have to go up this learning curve and become a data scientist. Actually, it's easier for people to use today than it used to be. So that's one aspect. And then the other aspect is where do we invest to make a difference? And I'm personally massive believer that the answer, it'd be nice to manufacture cables and everything. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but the biggest difference is going to come from driving small and medium enterprise across our continent. That's where the flywheel of growth and the future lies. So we've put a lot of money into financing in that area, and actually growing economic activity. And at the end of the day, you talk about everything else. If people don't have jobs, there is no possibility of dignity in any shape or form.
Yeah. I mean, and when you talk about some of those frictions, and we think about the 30 to 40% increase in trade costs, just in terms of transport, logistics, and export, customs costing.
Yeah.
So, that could be removed. You talk about the opportunities for fintech, Pan-African payment systems, how do we integrate? And this is, and I think for you guys, probably more than us, and Thando, I know you report on this specifically, so I'll come to you in a moment. It's so frustrating because you can just see the opportunity. If we can just get the right momentum and the right partnerships going in a credible way, remove all of the bureaucracy, ensure that there's proper synchronicity, we could just get things done so beautifully and things could happen and we would make the cost of doing business much easier for ourselves. I want to bring you in, Shamila, before I bring Thando in to talk about South Africa specifically. But you have multiple focus areas. I think the NBI is quite an interesting organization because you are a coalition of local and multinational businesses. You deal in this ESG corporate governance space, and you're able to leverage that, I think, quite well. Just talk to us about how impactful and synergetic your role can be in terms of our subject matter today, which is making a lot of these recommendations implementable, not only in the short term, but in the long term.
Thank you, Man, and thank you to Sanlam for the invitation.
And by the way, she's not well. She came in specifically for us today, so thank you, Shamila, for
60-year-old smoker voice. Thank you. It's great to be here, so thank you for the invitation. Imam, in the space of implementation, if you look at the different business organizations, we have a BLSA, we have a BUSA, and we have an NBI, and has largely been looked at the implementation arm in many ways. We have a strong focus on sustainable development, but that is really premised off understanding the economic growth imperative. And so everything that we do has an underpinning of understanding why that is impactful. It's a 30-year-old organization, and if you think about the imperative for implementation, this goes back 30 years ago. We were actually launched by then President Nelson Mandela, who said that business is going to have a critical role to play in the transformation of the country, but also sustainable economic growth and inclusive growth. And that has been what has run this for a long time. So if you look at practically what we've done, I'm going to give two examples that directly relate to the thematic areas that came out of the various B20 task forces. And I'm going to focus on two. So if we look at employment and education as one, and energy mix and just transition. So practically, what do we do? When you have a space that is a collaborative space where businesses come together, and NBI, I've heard in the 2 years that I've been here, has often been referred to as an honest, neutral broker. The role for such a platform is critical because what it does is it's sector agnostic, but it looks at what are the common threads that all businesses are going to need to take things forward. And how do we find the collaborative space where that can happen? So there are many things that individual businesses can and do in a huge way to deal with many of the issues. But there's also a collaborative space that can really be catalytic in doing that, and that no one person effectively owns. Part of the discussion this morning was talking about how do we go beyond whether this gets into a G20 recommendation or not, because as business we critically believe that these things are necessary, and we put a weight behind it. We have fantastic task force chairs and groupings that do that. So I'm going to take, for example, looking at promote self-employment, supporting entrepreneurship, SME job creation, and aligning skills development with labor market needs. One of the key programs, in fact, the biggest program within the NBI, is under our banner of economic inclusion. And that has really been looking at exactly what this says in another word, which is demand-led skilling, which has been working with sectors and different industries to understand what is it that good needs to look like for you in order to employ youth. We have a critical issue where we're training, we might have people coming out, but they don't find jobs, and you know the story. What is the mismatch, and how do we actually get some of the big employers to give us the insights as to what is needed? But more importantly, and I think to Paul's point earlier, is how do we at the same time spur the entrepreneurial spirit and the skills that are needed so that people are not only seeking employment from somebody else, that they're able to start setting up those enterprises that are able to do that and then themselves become employers, which then grows that. The stats earlier this morning talking about 60% coming from SMEs in South Africa, south of 15%. How do we do that? So those are the kinds of practical ways we've been doing that. We've been working, for example, directly with the technical vocational education training system, a system that nobody wants to touch, which has been difficult, but yet we have a massive shortage of technical skills in the country. How do we work with businesses to prop that up? But also, when you understand the different divides, particularly spatially, thanks to our apartheid South Africa past and the spatial divides that we have, Just practically, those challenges are massive. Getting people from these areas back into centers of employment by and large. How do we take opportunities and create opportunities where people are based already? So that's the one critical example where that is work that's been happening. Paul is what we call our jet skilling, one of our CEO champions behind that work. And very quickly, a second part, if we look at just transition and energy mix, a few years ago, the NBI pioneered something called the Jet Pathways work, which is really trying to understand in this context of where we know the globe needs to decarbonize, is that even possible in South Africa, given what we have as a coal-based economy? What might that take? And so undertook deep modeling based on our current energy mix and our systems, and came up with a multi-stakeholder piece of work, 400 different stakeholders involved across business, government, and civil society, with a mapping of those decarbonization pathways.
If we didn't know the NBI before,
yep. You do know it now. And those are practical things that, now businesses, even without the right legislation, have adopted and used to actually inform their decarbonization strategies.
And we'll circle back to Jet and SEP a little bit later on. But Thando, all of this happens in a space. We can have the best ideas, we can have the best insights, like the report, the ESG report from earlier on. But it happens in a space which will fundamentally influence and shape whether it can be implemented, and for us to really diagnose what some of the potential blockages might be. You have covered South Africa extensively. In the last year, we have a new terminology in our politics space, obviously the GNU coalition politics the other day, and I made this quip, by the way. We have a new UFC, United for Change, but it's also a fight club for those of you who like. So we'll wait to see how things pan out in the run-up to our elections. But political instability, as we speak today, the ad hoc committee is busy doing its work. Madlanga was doing its work the other day. They start on Monday again. And what it's showing us is ourselves in terms of these allegations around these connected networks. But all of it plays into the business space. All of it affects our grey listing. Everything is interconnected, as I say. So how do all of these things hinder the critical transition of B20 recommendations into concrete, sustained national policy actions, particularly on long-term issues like infrastructure and debt sustainability?
Definitely. So thank you, Imani. Like you did say, we need to make sure that these B20 recommendations are implemented and insulated from the political space. And when that happens, I think we should really look at three things that the B20 needs to look at. It's KPIs, its continuity, and its transparency. When all those things are put together, it's really easier to implement the recommendations. When it comes to transparency, it's easy to track the implementation of the recommendations when companies are partnering and leaving trails behind of the progress made each and every day. When it comes to continuity, legacy initiatives in digital transformation, in inclusion, in climate action, are easier to implement when they are linked from one B20 cycle to the next. And then when it comes to KPIs that are linked to real reforms, it's easier for B20 recommendations to be implemented when those are clearly marked out, and companies that are involved in each of these recommendations are clearly set out to progress in these KPIs.
So I want to go back then to what Nicole was telling us about. And again, as you'll hear, things like KPIs, things that are measurable are what's important for us in this context, because we're beyond the luxury of sentiment and of making sort of philosophical calls for how Africa should engage with the rest of the world and how it should engage with itself. And I want to go back to what we heard around a successful B20 proposal and how you get alignment with the priorities of the G20 itself. Part of that is on measurable targets and KPI. We spoke about legacy structures as well, and why that is so important. Stakeholder engagement and trust came up quite frequently as well in creating a solid trust foundation. How do we, Polisi, bring it all back when so many different players and stakeholders have their own priorities and their own interests. One of the biggest things, if you Google articles about South Africa and our presidency of the G20, is influence, 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 investment, investment, investment. And what we're also saying is, look, even if we don't get buy-in on everything that we want now, let's see who else we can partner with to make sure that we can advance our goals in the years going ahead. So what are some of the innovative ways that we can maintain our influence and our impact on our own list of priorities in terms of what we want, not only as South Africans, but across the rest of the continent?
A very interesting thing that was commented on by Brazil when Kez and I went there last year. And they actually said this is actually very unique to South Africa. They say, we had an election, and the outcome of it was a bloody outcome in the true proper sense. The party that was in power lost its power, and there was a revolution in the country. You guys didn't. You had a majority party that lost power but decided to form, no matter how imperfect it is, a government of national unity. Number two, you have this unique partnership between business and government on solving crises of the country. We see what is happening with the crisis of load shedding, which was very high at that time. We're still at level 6 at that time. And with transport and logistics, and they said, you've got one formula that nobody else has got anywhere in the world, where government and business can come together and say, under a common vision, we can overcome just about any obstacle. And I think we have to leverage. In actual fact, in their communique, they actually included government-private partnerships as being critical. It came out in their communique, coming out of what they have learned from this country. We have tremendous capacity to solve for complex issues in this country. And we are not yet leveraging it for looking forward to say, how do we grow the economy 3-5%? We are using that capacity to solve crises which shouldn't have been there in the first instance. So I think one of the most critical things we have to do now, going forward, is an honest conversation between the critical stakeholders of this country to say, if we really want to take this country forward, and we want to be a force also within the continent, what do we have to do as a nation to take ourselves there? And actually be very intentional on some of the things that we need to deliver on as a country, which are very much aligned to these recommendations, but are already being driven by the government policies. I mean, it's not like the government has not been doing anything. It's, I think, the ability to accelerate, to work collaboratively with business, to actually take that and drive it even further and much more intentionally.
Yeah.
That is what has been missing.
I don't want to amplify this because, I don't want to validate what I perceive in South African society to be almost nihilistic. We're at the point of being so jaded and not caring. We are having a dialogue. What are we having a dialogue about? A national dialogue, which has got nothing to do with what you're just talking about now, which I'm assuming, is saying the more urgent priority. So maybe just a quick word on how we do that, because time is not on our side. Because the next question I'm going to speak to Paul about deals with our crisis around unemployment and achieving some of the things we're talking about achieving. But we do need what you're talking about, but it's not on the horizon.
It has already been there. We've just not taken it to the next phase of taking it forward. Already this partnership is there. That's what I'm trying to say to you. It is busy solving crisis situations of this country. We are already seeing, if you just look at people who've been saying, okay, what are you guys doing on crime and corruption? The finance sector, digital evidence unit, forensic
best of the state-of-the-art technology that has been built by the private sector to help support in the whole investigations of very complex crimes that can actually lead to putting proper cases for proper prosecutions. Because without that technology, without that ability, you can't solve for crime, okay? But these are things that are happening right now. Maybe we are not very good in communicating some of these things.
Probably, Tando, are you making notes? Business Day tomorrow, headline? Not interfering with editorial policy. I'm just making suggestions.
No, but this was actually,
I hear you.
This was actually, there was a briefing of journalists, I think it was last week, where all of this was being put forward. So all I'm saying is, what I'm trying to say is that we are fortunate enough that this relationship already exists. But it's how we turn this relationship from being one that is about solving for problems, but we actually turn this relationship to how we solve for economic growth.
Yeah, because sometimes it's boring to just put out fires. You actually want to build things.
Well, that's what we are
let's go to this then, Paul. You highlighted over the course of your work and what you've said, the alarming statistic that over 60% of South Africans under 25 are unemployed. And we contrast this with the shrinking workforces in Europe and in Asia. So what are some of the most critical policy reforms that our government has to implement alongside the business investment to scale practical training pathways, such as the kind that Shamila just told us about a moment ago? So apprenticeships, internships, and take them. I'm so sick also of this term, pilot. Everything is, how many pilots do we have in these pilot projects? Because we've got so many of them dotted around the country. How do we take them to national infrastructure and really put their shoulders to the wheel in a big way, let's say in the next 2 years?
Yeah, Imam, so let's break the problem, down a little bit.
Because it's a big elephant.
It's a big elephant. And of course, the ultimate insanity is to keep doing the same things and thinking you're getting going to get a different result. So factually, we've had, high rates of unemployment in this country for, a very long time, and we need things to go more quickly, and that means doing things differently. Now, I actually agree with what Nkulisi was saying. We do have a very good partnership between business and government, and if we can actually improve the energy situation, logistics is a massive problem here. We're also working on crime and corruption. This digital forensic thing might sound a bit obtuse, but we all watch these detective shows on TV, and it's about keeping the chain of evidence. But in the modern world, the chain of evidence is mostly digital. I need to be able to see what money went into your bank account by EFT and from whom. And you have to keep that chain of evidence. So this is a super important thing that we as the private sector can help in. That also, by the way, helps us with the grey list and all of those issues. So we need to address all of those kinds of things. But you come back to the basic unemployment problem, and people will talk a lot about the training and the skills, and all of those things, of course, are important. But here's the thing that I believe: if you take South Africa's a middle-income country, so you can put us in the same bucket as the Brazils, Indias, and so on. And what the economists will tell you is a rough rule of thumb: if you have, for every 100 people of economic age, you would expect 45 to be employed in the formal sector. That's our sector. You'd expect 45 to be employed in the informal sector and 10% to be unemployed. Not that you want 10% to be unemployed, but that's effectively the benchmark. Now in South Africa, the question is, what are our percentages? So here's the interesting thing. Formal employment, of the 100, 45 would be the global benchmark. We're 50. So we're actually doing very well in the formal space. Here's the sad thing. What's our informal? 17. Benchmark 45. So ask yourself, why does the rest of middle income countries, China, Brazil, India, have 45 employed in informal and we're 17? That's a really big and important thing to understand. And actually, if you go and have a look at it, there are a whole multiple number of reasons. Starting with regulation. And the thing is that we all think about the central government and the GNU as regulation. Actually, these people are impacted by local regulation. So if you want to be a street seller in Cape Town, it's extremely difficult. You have to pay you have to purchase a very expensive permit. So you're out the game before you begin. Those of us who travel to other emerging markets, you know what you experience when you go there. That is what we need to embrace.
Well, what's happening there? You don't need the paper?
You'll find street sellers and market activity everywhere. We don't want it in our cities and in our metros, so we crush it. We don't give people permits, or we make it very expensive. We don't provide them with any infrastructure to operate out of. These are not ports and roads, this is basic infrastructure. So there's a lot that has to happen at local government level in regulation. I mean, I'm sure you've seen recently, we've been lobbying very, very hard to get the banks to be allowed to lend down in that SME space. We thought we'd got there, and then there was some issues and the legislation was pulled back. So we need financing for these people to be, to be permitted. And actually, it's really interesting. If you look at a country like China, they spend nothing on benefits to the informal sector. We have lots of benefits in South Africa that we provide, social grants and so on. China, zero. What does China do? They provide infrastructure. So we're interested in you, we're interested in helping you, but we'll give you the tools to earn the living yourself. So we need to really, if we want to get 10 million people productive, it's going to be empowering them to do it themselves. And we have to overcome the notion that either big business or central planning is going to solve the problem. What you need to do is you need to harness the human spirit. And it works in every other country of the world. And we need to embrace that same thing here. People are smart enough. They just need to get the regulation out their way, and they need some basic access to finance and basic access to markets. So these are relatively simple things, but we need a change of mindset. And we're not going to have necessarily the leafy green suburbs that we all love.
The thing is, we're good at Kool-Aid, though. We saw it in 2010. We saw it over the last weekend, I think, when when the Springboks won. No RSA, no DNA, just RSA. We're good at that part. What's missing is the other part. It is government. I mean, I'm thinking in my mind as you're speaking, and the point that you were raising in your report earlier when you were explaining it, was around the shareholder and stakeholder engagement. We build things for people without including them on that design. For example, in Soweto, those little trading kiosks won't fit a table. So they just lie there as a white elephant, to talk about elephants again. Because whoever's trading there, the hawkers were never taken along on the journey of design. So we've got the chutzpah, we've got that. We want to be involved, but we're ignored. And we certainly do have the resources if corruption numbers tell us anything about how much money we waste every single year. We might circle back if we have time on that point, Paul. Let's maybe just kind of zoom out just a little bit, Thando, and talk about the G20. One of the big aims is to mobilize finance for the just energy transition. That's something, again, Shamila, that you touched on. But we know what's happening with our bilateralism, we know what's happening with our diplomacy, we know the expiration date on AGOA just the other day. So these international frameworks are being disrupted in different ways. But from the perspective of policy and the markets, how realistic is it for South African corporates to champion implementation such as the kind that we're talking about, specifically in capital-intensive green or digital projects, when the necessary multilateral financial alignment is being stalled or made more complex by our own geopolitical tensions that we're experiencing?
I mean, certainly, in a space of geopolitical uncertainty, I think trust is foundational for companies and government alike. When business is transparent and also openly engages in these types of challenges that are presented, policymakers listen, and the public is also likely to back business in whatever it does. I mean, in the space where South Africa finds itself in a very difficult position geopolitically when it comes to issues such as climate finance, within the G20, it's only one G20 member that is really against this climate finance. But in that space, companies in South Africa and companies within the B20 have an opportunity to work together within the continent and also within the multilateral space, despite what one member may say. It's only but one.
I mean, and we've seen this in full display if you just think about the UN and the Security Council. Think about the messaging, though. I mean, how better I mean, obviously the one part is what is actionable, and we spoke about KPIs quite a few times since the course of the morning. But what are some of the other ways that we broker and build more trust? And we keep talking about looking at alternative markets. Africa is a captive market there. In Nastasha's panel earlier, we talked about the missed opportunities in ACFA, of which there are many. How do we begin to, again, like properly reorient our gaze into who we trade with, and also reestablish ourselves as a viable trading partner?
I think we should always be transparent about the position that we're in right now. Although it's challenging for companies and government alike, there's also opportunities, like you say, looking at new trade partners, but also strengthening what we already have. And that we also need to, we have a unique value proposition as well. So we have critical minerals, but we also have agricultural goods that can be exchanged, traded with, and also other goods in the digital services sector, in the financial services sector. So closing ourselves in right now is not an option.
And I believe in agriculture as well. I think our steaks and our meat are doing quite well in Saudi Arabia. Am I wrong? I think I read that the other day. It's true. We've got really good livestock. Okay, but I digress. Clearly, we need to head towards lunch soon. Shamila, let me bring it back to you and talk about the work that you're doing. When we think about your organization, the NBI, and the coalition that we spoke about earlier, and the way that you interact with different, either whether it be business entities or corporate, different corporates, both in South Africa and across the world, let's talk about ESG governance and disclosure requirements that we need to make these long-term investments in skill developments, especially those outlined by the B20 Employment and Education Task Force. Again, going back to the digital skills environment. How do we make that a mandatory core business function for all of the members, rather than a discretionary social investment budget? And we see this with a lot of corporate entities. You know, when it comes to the environment or any of these ESG things, it almost sounds like a different gospel that you say for a Sunday in church. It's not part of, the everyday course of doing business.
Thanks, Iman. And I mean, I agree completely. And some of that was brought up today already, that it's actually about the business case for a lot of these issues that we talk about in the ESG banner. And I've spent 20 years in financial services, coming off that, and I can tell you that a lot of what we need to do is about the business case. If we're looking at that, and you've mentioned in passing the whole narrative of ESG, and that's been under attack in many ways, a lot of that, yes, has been coming from the US. So what will stick? And it's not just about that. I mean, I think in terms of just putting this into a separate bucket and not considering it as being a strategic priority means that we haven't really ourselves gotten to grapple with why they are strategic imperatives, why they fundamentally matter to business in the long term. I think Paul in the opening actually mentioned about the long-term resilience that you're creating and why this isn't about the warm and fluffy, it's actually about making business sense. So that, I think, has increasingly been growing in the boardroom. So the places where what we want to call a sustainability agenda, and I'll hesitate a little bit about that ESG sustainability, but what we call that agenda has been sticking in the places where it is understood by the leadership and the clear case has been made for why this is actually a business imperative. That makes it a lot easier to take through in different areas, but it also means that we need to stop thinking in a siloed way and really have within organizations a far more systemic way of thinking about things. And it does require that in our boardrooms, all the different functions that we tend to look at in siloed ways come together to understand those imperatives. So when we talk about why is unemployment an issue for you, maybe not in your sector, but actually if that's a social ticking time bomb in your country, your actual business environment is affected by that issue. And so what do you do to prop that up for the long term? If you're talking about a changing climate, and that fundamentally, for example, affects infrastructure potentially on which you depend, and for example, the health and well-being of your employees, that directly affects you. If you're in, I mean, we're sitting in it with Sanlam hosting us today, the risk issues of that, Santam has done fantastic work. Sanlam has done work on understanding the risk parameters around that and how that impacts insurance. And that long term, we could even be looking at uninsurable things. This becomes a fundamental imperative. If you have a home that you own in a coastal area that suddenly now becomes uninsurable, what happens to your asset value? What happens to your savings and investments when they're exposed to those sorts of things? So these are the things we need to look at and make the connections. That when we talk about these issues, the only reason I think we've put them in separate buckets is because up to now, business models haven't necessarily brought them in. And so when we're needing to think about that now, and that's where the sustainability sort of movement, the 70s, 80s started, we're saying we actually do need to explicitly consider these issues because they are material, but have not been in the way we've been trained in finance and economics up to now. But so the explicit consideration of those is critical. And so conferences like this really try to help us bring that there. What we come down to globally, and I've just come back from New York Climate Week, has really been about the fundamentals of the business cases for this.
And also, you know, not all of our corporate business priorities are consonant. To go to your point, of different companies have different priorities, and that's just a reality. Paul, I see you nodding. I don't know if you want to make a quick comment on that.
No, I was going to say, you know, unfortunately in business, short and long term also makes a difference, and most of us are really much better at focusing on the short term. So I don't want to tell you which company it is, but I was with
Oh, do go ahead.
No, I'm not going to, but I was with the CEO of one of our big companies the other day in South Africa, and he was explaining to me how he'd gone to his board some years ago to suggest a 600 million rand investment to replace, you know, dependence on Eskom. And the board were horrified. And he said he would save R1 billion with his calcs over time. So they've done that. It's a big company, and they've saved 1.5 billion so far. So that's the business case, and that's what business will respond well to. If you cannot run your company without power, water, whatever, you'll make a plan really, really quickly.
Yep.
And the problem with a lot of these sustainability issues is that they're quite perceived to be quite far out. So you can think about it as your successor's problem rather than your problem, and that's where I think it's really difficult. But more and more, and I think this is where boards are important, they need to hold management teams to account to think about, you know, not the next 5 years.
And you've actually...
But what happens after 5 years? It's no good doing this and then that. And all of us, but particularly boards, have to have a longer time frame and try to bring these conversations, because the short term is what typically, you know, drives decisions.
Yeah, we can't be short-termist. Yeah. So 2 things. I will see you after this conference for said scoop. Just joking. And also, you've set up my next question well, but I want you to start thinking about questions. We've got about 15 minutes left. I'd love to bring you in. There are 1 or 2 questions online, but in Polisi, picking up on what Paul's just left behind for us, the concept of legacy, and you've committed to developing key legacy projects that provide evidence of progress vis-a-vis these KPIs that we are talking about long after our B20 presidency concludes. And what we've heard earlier and what has been emphasized is that continuity via legacy structures is critical for lasting impact. And we think about things like the One Global Women Empowerment Platform to the International Organization of Employers. What is the BUSA-backed institutional continuity plan? Especially when you think about governance, funding, as well as accountability, to ensure that a lot of the recommendations we've been talking about, critical to African economic integration, remain, this is important, remain an actively championed agenda item once the G20 presidency transitions to, I don't want to say our nemesis, but the US in 2026?
That's a very good question. It's something that we are still figuring it out. Remember, a lot of the focus has been just about developing these policy recommendations, but also thinking about the continuity part of it. But there are a number of legacy projects which play to not just only South Africa, but can play at a continental level. And it actually can play anywhere else where there's mining jurisdiction. that we are currently putting through the B20 process of those legacy projects that will go through to be supported. Because remember, these things, they need financing, they need skills, they need a lot of other resources to ensure that you continue with this thing. So you can't just be everything everywhere. So you're going to have to be very, very selective. And part of this project, I can tell you right now, she's involved in it. Paul, in some way, will get involved because it also talks to...
Did you know about it?
Well,
now he knows.
I'm just raising it because I'm talking about the sectors that are going to have to play. But it's going to require a the agri-sector is going to be involved in it. There's going to be the skills part that's going to have to play into it. That's why I'm saying Paul is going to get involved because some of those recommendations. So, but it's also going to be very transformative in the way that the use of land can be repurposed, especially mining land, can be repurposed for new economies, which touches right at the heart of where most of the impoverishment happens post-mine closures, where those communities now suddenly are left destitute as a result of mine closures. So we're trying to solve for these things. We've got a team that is comprised of various corporates, and part of that is having an engagement with the minister to say, how do we start looking at the money that we put for mine closure, and we say we're not going to be closing any mines anymore, we're going to be repurposing mines for a new economy. How do we take those funds now and start using that as part of a new blended funding platform, which we can bring that money now in a way that can be utilized as part of funding this bold initiative. So we've got a lot of it's actually being driven through the Mineral Council because that's where it resides under the auspices of BOSA, but it brings in various sectors all at once.
Can I ask you a quick hard question? Is Makua involved in these talks?
Who?
Mining and affected communities.
We are
right. So and the only reason I brought it up, Lisi, is because we've seen, I mean, that's been a flashpoint around Zamazama artisanal mining. They're all kind of subsumed under this one banner, and they represent these communities. So it just goes back to the issue of, I mean, because that's a great idea. Don't shut the mines down. If they're viable, they've still got 20 years, they've still got stuff in them that we can use and capitalize on. Let's do that. But who's already there, and how do we include them?
Yeah, we're not only looking at mines that have been shut down, but we are also looking at mines that are still there also at the same time.
Yeah.
Because you want those mines to be the catalyst of already thinking about how they reinvent themselves or repurpose themselves as they are mining for a new future. You're quite right. There are some areas where, policy has got to change. Because remember, that's not the domain of the B to change about policy about who gets a mining license or not. But certainly it's our opportunity to engage around how we think that those mines and those areas could be utilized in a different way to also allow artisanal mining. But it would require existing mines also supporting those initiatives. So,
absolutely.
So there's a lot of engagement. But what we are saying is that these are things that we are talking to where we can really try and have legacy projects that can have serious impact at a much big scale, but it requires a lot of collaboration and coordination and resources to make that happen. And that is why we have actually even brought it within the B20 as a legacy project, because we want to touch also network partners and knowledge partners in other areas, jurisdictions, in other parts of the world that we can bring into bringing in that knowledge, because there's a lot of pockets of good practice happening. It's how you coordinate all of that. So it's bringing all those knowledge partners and network partners into this collaboration platform that we are building up now.
Yeah, Beyonce calls it a bay hive, but it would be a beehive, I think is what you're talking about, bringing everyone together. And I love my Beyonce people out there, because only you would have gotten the reference. Okay, we've got about 15 minutes for questions. I would love yours. And there are wonderful questions here. And anyone on this side of the room? Okay, we'll start here. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Just identity. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. My name is Kagiso. We've had talks about policy trackers and KPIs. So in efforts not to duplicate, so that we don't duplicate efforts, I am actually part of a team that's building a policy tracker. But now what's critical is that we are essentially tracking everything, but now the key focus today has been we must find priorities. And in order to do that, we do need support. So I wore this bright pink jacket so that when I come to you at lunch, I'm identifiable. So part of the project is we are building a knowledge management system, so sort of a legacy system. And support would be getting access to different stakeholders, different documents, and so on. So the first part, that's just a comment from my side. And from a question standpoint, when we are developing these recommendations, so I'm a lecturer by profession. So what I find is in the classroom, whenever I ask students, a class of 300 who's interested in starting a business, you get 5 hands raised. And essentially the key problem is they don't know where to start. And speaking to the issue of the informal settlement, are there any recommendations that are being put forward to support the informal settlement? For example, a stupid example that I always give.
You mean like the informal economy, right?
For the informal economy, for the informal economy. So what I tell my students is, starting a business is not about making R1 billion. It's about making R1. And a stupid idea would be that we can introduce, say for example, we have a digital divide. We have an issue of employment. What we can do is, I come from a knowledge and information management background. So what we can do is we capacitate these students with the tools they have. So we know people have smartphones. So if I can teach someone what AI is using a smartphone, and then they can then repurpose that information into a business, and then they set up a knowledge hub in their communities, that is one potential solution. But now, how do they get funding? Because a lot of the funding is more concentrated on these.
Okay, so you basically want to know where's the money coming from, right? And who's it for?
Yes. And are there recommendations to support this informal economy?
Who's it for on the panel?
It could be for Paul or for women policy here.
Okay. What is your name again?
Kagiso.
Kagiso with the pink jacket. He's coming to you guys at lunch.
So I mean, Iman, maybe I can yes, if we want to know where the money's coming from. So we have actually been busy as business setting up some funds, and there are quite a number of funds out there and available to people. I don't want to talk, this is a panel, so we shouldn't talk about our own business, but we as Sanlam have been doing this actually since 2014, earning actually very, very good returns for the institutions that fund that book. So we've proven that it can be done. It's proving remarkably difficult to get other funders, which is a problem. And it's also why we've been pushing very hard for the National Credit Act to be amended to allow the banks, because banks are there to finance and lend, provide credit. That is, I often ask people, what is a bank? And people tell me it's to save. You don't save money in a bank. You get credit from a bank. That is their purpose in life. And so we need that change in the legislation to enable the banks to drive that at scale. So I think we've proven through quite a number of initiatives that it certainly can work. And if you talk about how do people access opportunities, so I unfortunately don't know their names, but there are 2 ladies in the audience from Yes, and maybe you can persuade them to tell you. But one of the things we have in South Africa is an unbelievable digital technical platform that allows anyone to go and search for jobs, and any employer, no matter how big or small you are, to post your requirements there. We've put it forward in the B20 as a case study for the world. Wouldn't it be wonderful if South Africa could take one thing, just one thing that actually works, and put it out there? So I think we've got some great examples of things. That is a marketplace for jobs that we have up there working fantastically well, and I'm not an expert in it, but the ladies there can explain it to you. They're sitting in the back corner quietly. So I think that there are lots of examples of things. Some of the stuff we just need to get to scale. The Yes platform, I believe, is already at scale, but the funding, this country is not short of money. That's my contention.
I believe that.
we're short in getting it to the right places. We're sometimes short in people knowing where to go for it, and we're also sometimes short in looking after it properly, which is another topic.
And that's because people are too tall and they can reach the cookie jar.
Correct.
But I think that's an amazing idea, and part of the trouble is we're so caught in the crossfire of the bad news, Thando, that we don't get to focus as broadcasters, as media people, on things that can shift the needle. So I would love to suggest that to my editor, and we
You
talk
should
about
ask
it.
them, the ladies at the
But
back.
now just tell me, ladies, just tell us who you are so that others can find you. What is your name?
Yumna, and thank you.
Just names and where people can find you.
Samana Matsa, Yumna Badat, and you can find us at yesforyouth.co.za.
Perfect.
Here as well.
Perfect. I had a question there, and then I think there was a
Can I
comment.
just add one thing that Paul probably...
Yes, please, Policy, go ahead.
We keep talking about 3 focal areas that we are, as business, partnering with government. There is actually a 4th one.
Yes, yeah.
A very important 4th one. It's addressing youth unemployment. It's at the presidency level. And his team has been very much working hard on that particular work stream. And it's a very important work stream. And that's where, you know, your platform, like the YES platform, becomes very, very relevant in the work that that's been done there. So I'll just show you the urgency with which this issue is being addressed right up to the OV level.
Yeah. I mean, it's a sacred issue because it's not just practical, it's psychological. When you're at home and you're capable and you just can't move. I mean, that's more soul-destroying than anything else.
Thanks, Iman. I just wanted to correct Paul that the platform is actually called sayouth.mobi. Yes, Youth Employment Service, yes, is a great partner.
But great for you guys. That
They
you
are
don't
a great
mention
partner
this.
to Harambe, which is the NGO that actually set up sayouth.mobi. It's the platform that we cite in the B20 Education and Employment Task Force policy paper. And that platform is a very revolutionary platform that we were saying we should actually see it replicated even at a global level to address this issue of youth unemployment.
Just say the name
It's
again.
called sayouth.mobi.
Yeah. I think we must definitely talk about it more.
Yeah.
Definitely. There was, I believe, another question somewhere there. Yes.
Hi, my name is Tebogo, and I work at Sustainable Bridge. Kagiso is my colleague, so you can expect me to approach you as well. My question is directed at Paul, and this is by no means me saying that this is your responsibility solely as Sanlam. But I think I'll start by expressing appreciation for how you've managed to ground the discussion in basically speaking about the people that we're having these discussions for, right? And why we're having these forums, or speaking about these things on these forums. It's the subjects of the policy implementation. And I think I just wanted to, I for one am a huge advocate for understanding what the impact is on the subject, right? So just tying the feedback loop or closing that feedback loop and understanding from a qualitative perspective, is this working, essentially? And that obviously aids data validation. So my question is, what's our thinking around, again, closing the loop on the efficacy of policy implementation? How do we take the people with us on the journey? And I think, Imam, that was a point that you made earlier around the white elephants, right? We come up with this wonderful idea, and this is probably a challenge that we will have to deal with in rolling out the KMS, right? Just making sure that the people who are meant to be using it, it's making the correct impact on them, meaningful impact on them. So just like from a general perspective, Paul, my question in terms of how Sanlam is tackling this issue, and maybe it's something we can learn from as well, what are the mechanisms and what's your thinking around the mechanisms for taking people with you on that journey when you're rolling out these different solutions that are meant to make these meaningful differences for the subjects of policy implementation?
Yeah, I think, my answer to that is I think if we all think really big, I'm not saying we shouldn't think big, but I think it's really tricky to know where to begin. So I think we're better off as South Africans if all of us make a little bit of difference somewhere. So I'll give you an example. We had a look at how could we take our own buildings across the country and use them at very little extra cost to ourselves to create more jobs or meeting places or whatever. So could we, open coffee shops and restaurants and whatever around our people need to eat, right? So one of the things we have a not so nice building in a not so nice part of Cape Town. Some people argue it isn't really even Cape Town, it's Belleville. We attached to our building for whatever reason is a post office. That post office closed a long time ago and it's been sitting, just idle. It's horrible, right? So I'm not quite sure which of our staff, but we've painted it with these beautiful murals on the outside, and we've invited informal traders. So that, I don't know, there's sort of 15 people have set up their businesses. There are a whole variety of businesses in there now in the old post office. I'm not sure we ever paid the post office for it, but let's leave that aside. And if you speak to them, they're all doing really well. And if you ask them why they're doing well, they have one answer. They have a safe place to trade. They never had that before. So these are not massively complicated. It's not rocket science. We have to think at this level. I think if everybody just gets on and looks at the opportunities, actually, however small, the thing is, you say we make a difference to like 15 people running a business, but actually you know what the multiplier effect of that is. And if everybody did a little bit of that, we'd make a big difference. I think sometimes we think about these grand strategies, and actually they're very hard to get off the ground because they need so many people, to sign up and agree and whatever. But if every single business leveraged what it had right under its nose, it would make a massive difference. I remember listening years ago to, and it's always stayed with me, Chile turned its economy around. And the Minister of Finance who basically drove that, it is true that he was a business school professor before he became the Minister of Finance, so he had some clue about these things. But they started and they said the government sector is 50% of our economy. So the way to improve things is to fix the 50% that's under our control. Let's not worry about the 50% in the private sector. So we'll improve productivity in the government sector. And I thought he was about to launch into some weird and wonderful stuff. It was very simple. So the first thing they said, we don't need overtime. Where in the public service do you really need overtime? So they cut that out. That's a productivity gain. Second thing is sick leave. Everybody is taking their full sick leave. Start cracking down on that. It was a whole lot of micro things. That leveraged up the productivity of that sector, spilled over. So I think people just need to start with really simple things and get on and implement it. We've got a terrible thing. We can't do this until Eskom fixes its power. Actually, I shouldn't really say this, but I think they've done us a massive favor in terms of greening the economy because we've all had to get on and do it, right? Yeah. If we sat saying we can't run our business until the power comes back on, we wouldn't be running our businesses. Right. So everyone's just got to get on and do stuff, right?
And I love that. Maybe that deserves a round of applause. But I'm going to end with a very profound quote by a cartoon. That's all, folks. We're definitely out of time. I'm not a huge fan of Winston Churchill, but I think his quotes, one of his sayings is actually quite apt for our moment, that success is not final. Failure, somebody knows it. Other disciples of Winston, read it with me. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. And that really is all we have left at our disposal. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate your time. That is all, folks. That was riveting, was it not? All right, ladies and gents, we have now come to the final item of our day, and that will be a few words of thanks and closing remarks. So please join me in welcoming on stage the Chief Sustainability Officer at Sanlam, Mr. Abel Sakau.
Thanks, Andy. It's my time to shine also. I'm gonna thank my grandmother. I'm joking. They gave me 20 minutes, but I'm not gonna use 20 minutes. And I would also like to maybe start by thanking Paul, because I think when we started with this project last year, December, when he said, you know, we have to be involved in the B20 and G20. And some of us were thinking about our business as usual activities to say this time of the year, you know, we write the sustainability report, you know, we don't sleep, we don't have time. But I think his foresight was well thought, because you cannot be in 26 African countries and you stay outside the room when such debates are happening. So it's very important that, you know, from the team, we also acknowledge that. And it came through our executive, Shadi, to say, guys, we have to make this thing possible. And when the challenge about this report came, and we said to the team, we have to do a research to test if the recommendations that comes out of the B20 tends to be impactful, because we are an impact organization, you know. We cannot test that. It's just part of our DNA. And thanks, Nicole and the team, for actually proving that, you know, this is not a talk shop. It's actually something that really works. And it's in the interest of everyone to make sure that we follow the conversation and we track post-November. And one of the challenges that I gave you guys was a person with a grade 8 qualification or schooling must be able to pick up the report and read it and understand what is it that we are saying. We didn't want any academic language used in the report, and the report is well structured and simple and easy to understand. So, and also our partners, the B20, CAS, we always call upon you, Policy, we always call upon you guys, and I think we've received so much support from your office and some of the insight that also shaped the report. Thanks again. You know, we couldn't have chosen a better partner, you know, to partner with this research that we did. And we started the day with Professor Bonang. You know, he's got that gift of dividing the room. But it's a good deal, because sometimes we fail to think critically, you know. And I think he left that to us to say, you know, it's not about repeating the same things. We must learn from what some of the African countries went through, and we should not repeat those mistakes. You know, thought-provoking. And Business Day, been our partner for the past, 3 years in producing this report, and thanks. I think it has been a good journey in terms of the past 2 years and this one has been special to us. And Kutham, your insight, your research, I always throw challenges to you late. We started with this around May, isn't it? And we did well, and thanks. And you must say to Stuart, thanks to the team. And Andile and company, of course, you know, Masha and Taren, I think they're sitting somewhere there, or making sure that the food is ready for us. And thanks. And then technical team, it's rare to attend sessions like this and there are no technical glitches. The mics ran out of batteries because someone forgot to go and buy the batteries. We didn't have that, you know. And people online, I think they've also enjoyed it, because I've enjoyed it. You know, we're glued to the conversations. And the panelists and the moderators, you know, Natasha, you're now part of the family, yeah? And as I know what you are trying to do. You know, you said, I'm going to buy that color, and I'm going to wear that color so that they can see that I'm part of Sanlam. Thanks. And Iman, thanks again. You know, and it's so strange because these phones of ours listens to us. As we were talking here, I don't know how my phone managed to get to your voice. And suddenly when I went on, is it X now? Twitter. I suddenly start seeing your previous interviews coming through. Yeah. But I think this could not have been achieved without the leadership from our executive, Shadi, and the Menko team. We work as one team. But I always say, you know, my team is sitting somewhere here. I work for them. because I bounce ideas with them. I come with crazy ideas with them. And they don't have, they don't hold back. They will challenge me. And my team has been great, when we did this. And they took on the challenge, knowing that this is our most busiest time of the year. And then we've delivered. And Yoli, Sam, Nunku, and I know Toli is somewhere online. Thanks again. And also my colleagues from Sanlam Investment. This is your time to also celebrate. This report will outlive us. In the next 20 years, we'll be retired. We're not going to be able to see another G20. But thanks, guys. And of course, the guests, we do these things hoping that you'll enjoy it. And seeing the room that is still full, I don't know if maybe because you don't have money to go and buy lunch. I hope that's not the reason you are still stuck here. So, but we appreciate you. Sanlam is a better company because we've got friends like you and those that are online. So thanks again. Please enjoy lunch. Thanks, Andile.
Thank you, Abel. Of course, no one ever thanks the guy who thanks everyone. So let me thank Abel, and I'll share with you a little story. So as you know, the ESG Barometer for the first 2 years was all about researching what listed companies are doing on the ESG front, particularly on the additionality. So we did South Africa, they were included Kenya in year 2. And then the G20 gets announced. And if you've ever been to the Sanlam offices, you'll know that downstairs there's that really nice steak place. So I get a call from the chief, and he invites me to have a beer with him. At this point, I don't even know Abel even drinks anything other than water. Cut a long story short, the beer went something like, so Andile, for the ESG Barometer, you know about the G20 thing? I say, yeah. He says, okay, whatever I'm about to say, don't say no. And that's how we ended up with the Policy Impact Special Report. So a big round of applause to this man for his leadership. Much appreciated. So the report, number 1, is available, sanlamesgbarometer.co.za, sanlamesgbarometer.co.za. If you go to the B20 website, it'll also now be there. We've also put all of these links on the live chat, so if you forget everything I've just said, just go back to the link on the live chat, you should find it there. Straight after we close in this room and everybody goes out for lunch, I'd like to ask all the speakers and the panelists to please stay behind. The B20 photography team would like to take pictures of all the panelists together. We've also printed a limited number of reports for the picture moments. We'd like to do that with you all, please, so do stay behind. For the rest of us, you get to save your lunch money today, because I am told there's a super lunch waiting for us, so please join us for lunch outside. Thank you.